Hello and welcome to Still Got Legs, a Doctor Who Rewatch podcast brought to you by Another Happy Studios. It's the end of an era, but will it go out with a bang or a whimper? Hello everyone, welcome to Still Got Legs, the only Doctor Who podcast in the world. There are no others, just stay here where it's safe. My name is Nathan. As always, I'm joined by my companion as we go on this adventure through time and space and rewatch all of Doctor Who. His name is Lawrence Thomas Heisey. Hello, sir. Good evening.
Oh, good evening to you too, good sir. How the devil are you today?
I am good.
No, I'm not imagining it. You had the cadence of a man who had something else to say.
I know, but I like throwing you off.
I don't like it. You do it so early
Lawrence,
in the recording.
hold that thought, because I don't know if you know this, Lawrence, but I just wanted to let everyone know that this episode is actually sponsored by Pierce Moore, Lawrence. That name may sound familiar to you.
It certainly does, Nathan, and it'd be weird if I didn't know it was sponsored by Pierce Moore, because I can also tell you that we reached out to Pierce over the weekend. Basically, we wanted a little custom animated background for a project we've been working on. Are we revealing what that is just yet?
No, not yet. We'll talk about that a bit later.
All right, we'll stay stumm for now.
Yes.
But yeah, we reached out to him over the weekend. We wanted some animated backgrounds done, and he did a bloody amazing job, if I do say so myself.
Exactly, and honestly, I think the whole process from the initial conversation, from getting in touch with Pierce to having the finished product in my hands. Well, kind of, because it's digital, but still, it took less than 24 hours. And honestly, we couldn't be happier with the work Pierce has done for us, which you should be able to see next week, all being well.
Another little sizzle there. Yeah, but Nathan, I don't know if you're aware of this.
I am.
Right? Oh, okay, fair enough then.
I wrote these words, you'll say.
Well, then I will say no more. No, that wouldn't be fair to Pierce. It's not just animation that Pierce does, though. He can work with you to design any and all custom logos that you might need, professionally edit your YouTube videos. I can do that as well, but I didn't pay to sponsor the episode, so I won't promote me here. He also does photo editing and retouching and plenty more. Nathan does retouching as well.
Okay, right, stop that. If you have a project that you're working on and want to give it that professional touch, make sure you check out his website. You can find him at denimedit.video, or just follow the link in the description of this podcast. That'll take you right to there. You can check out his past work, his portfolio, testimonials from some of his clients, including us. And yeah, thank you very much, Pierce, for the truly incredible work, and we can't wait for you all to see it next week.
Everyone says very nice things on the testimonials, by the way. Have we said something nice yet?
I don't think we've actually got anything officially.
Pierce, give us something.
Yeah,
tell us a place we can write something.
Maybe he'll take a quote out of this. Maybe he'll take you saying I retouch stuff for some fucking reason, all right?
If you do that, Pierce, next one's free.
All right. Stop giving away sponsorships for free.
All right, I apologise.
Anyway, thank you very much, Pierce. Thank you for sponsoring this video. We appreciate it very much.
We very much do. Thank you very, very much.
I said video. I meant podcast. It's a podcast.
It's a podcast.
Yeah.
Unless you're watching it on YouTube and it's a podcast video.
But no one can do that yet.
Epic sizzle.
Sizzle. Lawrence, we've still got legs. We're here. It's the end of an era, Lawrence. It is series 4, episode 18, The End of Time, part 2, written by Russell T Davies, directed by Eurus Lynn.
What a big boy season this is.
The
18
longest,
whole episodes.
I mean, not really though. It really ended at episode 13, but this is just how we categorize it.
I know. Well, it can't be... Yeah, we couldn't have started season 5 already. That would be very confusing.
Yeah.
Nathan, I'm going to be real with you here. Be so real.
Are you going to take a be real?
I am. Pose. Smile now.
That's what all the kids are doing, aren't they?
How does a be real work? Is it takes a simultaneous photo of your front and back camera at the same time?
It says it's simultaneous, but I don't think it is. I used it for like 3 days once, and then I got bored of it. But
okay, yeah.
I think it very clearly takes a photo on one camera and then the other, but just back to back.
Oh, I see. So if you were timing an epic jump or something.
Yeah, it wouldn't quite work. Yeah.
Unless you synced up your jumps.
Because I don't think it's possible for your phone to use both cameras at once. Really.
Fucking Apple, man. be real, getting the gain on you, all right? We found a crack in the system. Nathan, can I be real with you, please? Be real with you.
Yes.
I was fucking terrified to revisit this episode after last week.
Was you ready to be served another slice of humble pie?
I was ready to, and I went to switch it on yesterday, and I sat there and I didn't start it, and I realized I was just scrolling on my phone for a bit. I was like, what am I doing? I sat down to watch Doctor Who. And then I just kind of realized within myself, I don't think I've got it in me for it to suck today. I'll do it tomorrow. And so I waited and I put it off. And I won't reveal my thoughts just yet before asking you what you think about this episode.
Well, Lawrence.
Don't like that sound. Don't like that well.
I think it is me who will be tasting a bit of humble pie this week.
Oh, okay. All right, yeah.
Because general thoughts, I enjoyed it quite a bit more than last week. I mean, that's not hard because, as I said last week...
I would enjoy eating a poo more than I enjoyed last week.
It was quite possibly the worst episode of Doctor Who there had been up to this point. And I stand by that, okay? And I think maybe it's because that part one is so bad, it soured my opinion on the story as a whole, okay?
Okay, yeah.
But when I was watching this, initially on Monday and again today, I was like... There is some good stuff in here. There's certainly some emotional moments. There are some moments that really tug at your heartstrings. But there's some good stuff from a story perspective, which I quite enjoyed. Definitely more so than the first episode. It's not perfect at all. It does still suffer from some Russell nonsense, and it's definitely not a certified banger. It's definitely not getting that status. Okay.
Okay. All right. We take what we can get.
but overall, quite enjoyable. I do have some issues, which we will get into. So I have some big issues, to be honest with you, but we will get into those as the discussion goes along. But for the most part, pretty enjoyable, I think.
I agree. I like I said, I was so cautious going into this because I was like, look, it's no secret, but if anyone is new to the show, my favourite Doctor, my favourite era of the show, my favourite showrunner. And I was like...
I can't wait for the question I have to ask you at the end of this episode.
Oh, no, I'm scared.
Yes. Let's go.
All right. So I was terrified about going back into it. I wasn't ready to, let the image of this episode in my head fade away like last week it did. And, and it was fun last week, making fun of it. But then, after we recorded, I was just like... Oh man, that's a shame.
Yeah.
No, I think this falls prey to this falls victim, to the common Doctor Who two-parter thing. We've said it before in the show where it's the
part
first
one
episode.
Syndrome.
Yeah. Part one is all set up for part two to kind of drive it home. The thing I like about this part two is that it mostly ignores all the setup, making the setup pointless.
Exactly. This is what I stand by, the idea that that I proposed last week, that it doesn't need to be a two-parter at all. They've shot themselves in the foot by going for this big epic two-part finale storyline. Really, if you had kept this at just a solid hour, it would be so much better, in my opinion. It would be just so much less stuffed with nonsense and filler, which doesn't make sense and we don't need here. We could have got a really good tight hour 15, even if you need that, of this story. But no, that's not the case, unfortunately.
The thing is with it, right, there are positives and negatives to it, because there are really, in this episode, there are really high highs. And I'll be honest, it helps to have seen this when you were a child, and it helps to have this era and David Tennant be your favourite Doctor and everything else, right? That definitely colours my view of certain things and makes me a bit more forgiving.
I was 16 when I saw this, so definitely not a child.
I would have been, but compared to our ages now, it feels like children.
It was 14 years ago, Lawrence. I was considerably younger, yes.
Yeah. But no, I think this is what I like about this episode specifically, and we'll get into it in a sec, is it mostly does away with most of, maybe some of the silliness, and it chooses to kind of be this more intimate version of what last week could have been. It focuses in on some character beats. I'm like, why weren't we doing this last week? Why were we? I love dinner time, but why were we doing dinner time last week? When we could have been doing this. All right. Any more thoughts, or do you want to jump?
No, let's get right back into it and try not to make this one 3 hours long. But
Yeah. Okay. Well, good luck.
Still got thoughts. Is going to be pretty tightly packed. Let me tell you.
Oh my lord. Okay. I guess so scared about this segment.
We'll talk.
Ominous.
Ominous. What's he doing with that knife? Still got thoughts. Says.
Oh god! All right, straight into the. We had a previously on, and then straight into the sting.
Yeah, which I always think is kind of a coward's way out. I don't like it when we have a cold open, which is just the previously on. I like it getting just a little bit more. You know, I like it when we have just a little bit extra to tease our appetites a little. But no, coward's way out this time.
It always feels better going into the sting with a taste of the episode you're about to watch, so you can get amped for it. And look, I understand last week was certainly a cliffhanger, but it was a very silly one, and the stakes are very low. I know the Earth won't stay this way.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. But no, so we pick up pretty much where we left off. Everyone is the Master. The Master is everyone. And the Time Lords have returned. So this week we open up on Gallifrey itself. I quite like the look of it. It's kind of this like war-torn Gallifrey. Like, you know, the Citadel, the glass dome is like cracked and smashed open and stuff. There's Dalek warships.
One big clean crack, by the way.
One big clean crack, yeah. Where's it gone? Who knows? Don't worry about it. There's Dalek warships, you know, littering the ground everywhere and stuff. It looks quite good. It's quite like that war damage sort of aesthetic, which is good.
I like the sheer difference that it has from like. You know, you remember the Jack, Martha, and the Doctor all having a bag of chips talking about Gallifrey. Yeah. And, like, it's this grandiose... And it's the same Citadel, you see it, but it's interesting that, like, at what points in his life the Doctor chooses to add a certain colour to his retelling of the Time Lords and Gallifrey at large.
Yeah.
That's always a bit of fun. I did like that, like, in the kind of, I guess, like, ground before you get to the Citadel, the immediate foreground... you can see like some shields, like very human, like human-esque, but like how we assume the like Amazonian shields are. Like,
oh, really?
They seem kind of like Spartan, I guess, in nature.
I didn't notice this.
Yeah, no, I think there's only one that you can clearly tell is a shield. But I was thinking, wonder if we ever get like, and look, this is the part of the show where it becomes a bit more hazy for me anyway. But I wonder later on when Gallifrey comes back up again if we get see their weapons.
If it ever does.
Oh, that's true, yeah. We don't know for sure.
I mean, I can answer that for you right now. But...
Fair enough. All right. We'll leave that for another day.
But no, so we peek back with Timothy Dalton. He has kind of this like Time Lord sort of council meeting. And we find out that he's the president. He is Rassilon himself.
I didn't know if it was ever said. I couldn't remember, so I've called him Timothy Dalton in all my notes.
You still can. That's fine.
That's who he is. So.
Rassilon is definitely said. Maybe not at this point, but it's definitely said throughout the episode. But yeah, he is Rassilon, the president, and I think this law might have changed over the years. But I think at some point in the classic series, Rassilon was kind of like the creator of the Time Lords.
I think it said that he was the one that cracked time travel. He was the one that was able to like first go back or forward in time.
The laws always change you. Whatever.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is.
Don't worry about it, all right? This will be out of date in a few years as well. Okay?
Yeah, very true.
Don't worry.
I think it's out of date now.
Oh, it definitely is now, but don't worry about it. Yeah. Look, Rassilon, they're going to this like council meeting on Gallifrey, which I quite enjoy. I like the fact that, you know, the Time Lords they're stuck in this time lock trying to figure out how to get out of it. And you know, there's this prophecy of like, this is the day Gallifrey falls or whatever. But then we get this kind of like harrowing description of the Time War itself, and you know, this Time Lady says that like time itself has been used as a weapon, and that it's like resurrecting the soldiers and the Daleks over and over again, so they can die in more horrible ways over and over again and stuff, which is quite gruesome. You know, we've heard a lot about the Time War, but not like really to this extent, which is interesting.
Most of our all of our look into the Time War has either been from like some species being like, the Time War was fucked, or the Doctor being like, my people, they all died, and then we get nothing about it because he's shy. That's what he is for most of it. Like,
I wouldn't describe it as shy.
He's very coy.
Sure, okay.
No, I like this scene that you're talking about as well. I just think it's like it's so apparent and it's so laid bare for everyone that this is fucking pointless. Like, when both sides can fucking use time to resurrect soldiers.
Yeah, it's just an endless war, isn't it?
Yeah, you just go on forever. And, like, I like that they kind of immediately present, or one very brave time lady steps up and is like, hey, this is dumb, obviously. I think we can all agree this is stupid. Yeah. And like, this is kind of just feeling hopeless at this point. Like, we're killing millions and we're inspiring more torturous ways of murder and death amongst the fucking entire universe. But then what does Timothy Dalton do in a fine show of diplomacy?
Well, first of all, he's got some weird infinity gauntlet.
I checked. It's not the Torchwood glove.
It does it's not the Torchwood glove, no, but it does kind of look like it. Yeah. But whatever, he's got this weird infinity gauntlet. What does it do? It's very vague. Don't worry about it.
What stuff?
It does whatever we need him to do, all right? It can do anything, all right? Don't worry about it. Yeah. Where does it come from? Who knows? Don't worry about it, all right?
Yeah. It's just his glove, man.
Yeah, it's just Rassilon's glove. Shut up about it, all right? You're asking too many questions.
It can kill slow. It can kill quick. It can do a hologram. It can do a teleport.
It can disintegrate you. It can change the entire human race back to their original.
It can reverse extremely specific mechanical things.
All with a flick of his wrist, just like Spider-Man. Don't worry about it, all right? It's fine.
Oh, it's the Sonic, though, isn't it? It's just the Sonic.
No, it's
Rassilon's
not.
Sonic.
This is so much worse than the Sonic, okay? The Sonic's not doing all this shit, is it?
I guess. All right, fine, but you know my beef.
Well, yeah, and your beef is wrong. But yeah, Rassilon quite angrily and flemingly, spit, whatever, you know.
It's a great episode for spit.
Stop teasing this spit. Right? Yes, he declares boldly that he will not die as he disintegrates this woman with his magic glove or whatever. And then everyone's like, all right, guess we're not dying. Guess we'll figure something else out. So yeah, and then they're like, oh, the Master and the Doctor engaged in their final battle, which I think is very funny. Just the idea of the Doctor and the Master having a final battle in itself is quite funny, because they're going to be at it forever, right? Just don't worry about it.
And look, they're going to forever evade you, forever escape. Some of them will they'll sometimes look like different people, but they'll always be at having a spat, which I do love. They're still on the set of Hot Ones, if you noticed.
They are, yeah.
There's like wide shots of when they walk in where you can see the room, but then any close-ups are for no reason, just cloaked in black cloth for some reason.
The room is just like a table, but then surrounded by complete darkness, just surrounded by black for whatever reason. I like the table though; it's a good look.
It is a good look. What of what little we see of Gallifrey's War Council, what do you make of it? Like, we see their infrastructure, a bit of like a kind of a slab with a door hole for the slab.
I don't know. I have questions about that, like hologram and how that works a little later on.
But, same.
Yeah, but we'll get to that.
But it's Rassilon's glove, Nathan.
Yeah, it's fine. Whatever. But yeah. Anyway, then there's a crazy Time Lord lady, or a Time Lady, I guess, and she's just there like Earth, Earth, Earth. So we go to Earth.
God, you're really whizzing, aren't you?
Well, I'm not doing another 3-hour episode. Everyone is the Master. Everyone is the Master, and the Doctor and Wilf are tied up once again.
Yes, I do like the Master is like this is his same plan as last time, right? Just harnessing the power of the Earth and their various military arsenals, and then just being like, "Oh, fucking beef the world, beef the universe. I don't give a fuck."
Yeah. has not learned a single lesson.
No,
really. No. And I think that's a recurring theme with the Master up until Sizzle. But I think that's just part of the character. Really, they're a bit of a one-trick pony, as it were.
Yeah, just I'm on Earth. Yeah. I'm really bored, I'll be honest. I became everyone. I did that. What now?
I'm going to rule it, and then I'm going to go to war, I guess.
Yeah. So I'm proper bored just doing this. I may as well just have a war. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
And also, I like the concept that, like, he has the entire military arsenal of the Earth. I'm like, yeah, but other planets that are more advanced have their entire military arsenal. Like, you'll lose.
Yeah, it's true.
Unless you can, like, I don't know, use the technology in the fucking Naismith mansion to enhance your missiles or something.
He is smart though. He is Time Lord, so
that's true. Yeah,
he could probably figure out some weapon tech or something. And if he gets his hands on the TARDIS, then there's no telling what he can do.
That is true. He's keen to get it as well.
He is. Yeah. But Wilf gets a call from Donna, which the Master isn't happy about. He's like, "Who's that? It's not me."
I think the Master has forgotten that, like, there are, like, this could have been anything. This could have been infrastructure from, like, a scam setup. This could have been, like...
It could have been scheduled call, yeah. It could have been just, like, a fucking, like, an answer machine, like a fucking robot thing or whatever. Like,
yeah.
But he's like, that's not me. But, you know.
I like that he sees Wilf's gun as well. He pulls the gun out of Wilf's pocket and he's like, "Good man," throws it on the ground. I'm like, mate, you got your shit rocked by that last time. Like, you want to be more careful with that.
That's true, actually.
Yeah, and it took like 2 whole fucked potions to even bring you half back to life. And the Cult of Saxon are gone now.
Yeah, so, no more Cult of Saxon, no more secret books. So
yeah, exactly.
What are you gonna do this
the
time?
Books are still out there. He just has to wait for someone to learn and read them.
No, they're dead. No, they're gone. But it's Donna on the phone. We left off last week with her sort of starting to remember some stuff about her, like, her adventures and stuff, which isn't good. And then this week, like, the Master, well, like 6 versions of the Master are closing in on her, and then she, like, her head explodes, but she's fine. It's a defense mechanism or whatever. But then
get out of here with this shit.
No, I just find it funny that, like, oh, she's safe from these 6 versions of the Master. Sure hope there's not any more in the immediate area who can just come around the corner, you know?
I sure hope there's not a near endless supply of these guys.
Let's not worry about that, though. That's fine. I'm sure that's fine.
It was at this point that I laughed at 2 things. Firstly, I like that all the John Sims are evenly spaced out enough in the shots to fit the rest of the green screen they had to cut out.
It's quite good. Yeah,
I like that. I actually like that. That's not even a joke necessarily. Like, I actually think it's done quite well. And the other thing I quite like thinking about is what's going on with everyone's pets. Are they all just like, whoa, oh, what the fuck?
That's what I was thinking about children. You know?
Oh, and that's, like, even weirder. I wish you didn't think about that.
Someone would have been in childbirth.
Oh, yeah. Did you say this last week?
I talked about sex last week.
Okay. Yeah.
People would have been fucking, and people would be in childbirth.
Yeah.
People would be flying planes. Can the Master fly a plane?
He's going to have to. Unless you just go, do you know what? There's only like 200 of us here out of 6 billion. Like,
people would have died.
People
would have died. Because, like...
And even if you get out of it, all of air traffic control is the Master as well.
Even before that, though, like, even, like, people just driving along the motorway, suddenly their heads start spinning. Crashed.
Yeah.
Gone, mate. Before they even turned into the Master, they died, probably.
God, yeah, they really do ignore the kind of life-altering changes of Earth, yeah.
Yeah, quite a lot of people would have been killed that day.
That wouldn't be like that fucked weekend. That would be like... That day was a global terror event.
It's a bit like in Infinity War, like when you see helicopters crashing to the ground and stuff, and, you know, a lot of shit like that happening. Yeah. Would have been pretty rough. But luckily, we never worry about that, so it's fine.
And Timothy Dalton's glove just undoes it anyway.
Yeah, exactly. It's fine. He'll sort it out. Here's something. I quite enjoy, you know, when the Doctor and the Master have that moment. The Master, like, takes off his gag or whatever, kinky.
Yeah.
And
they're straight back to gay stuff immediately.
And asks him, like, where his TARDIS is. And immediately the Doctor's just like, you could be brilliant, you know, and he's quite complimentary towards him. Like, he's saying how amazing he is, and he talks about like he doesn't need to own the universe just to see it, you know, just to have the privilege of seeing all the time and space. That's ownership enough. And it's quite nice because it just reminds me that these are old friends. These are very old friends, and if he can avoid it, the Doctor doesn't want to defeat the Master. He doesn't want to kill him. He doesn't want him to die at all. He just wants his friend back. And something quite sweet about that, really.
There is, and I think if last week gave us anything, I thought about this in this scene. If last week's episode gave us anything, it was that the Doctor now realizes that the drumming in the Master's head is not. It's not because he's insane. It's why he's insane.
Yeah,
and I quite like that now. This conversation specifically, the Doctor changes his stance on the Master. He reframes him as a victim and someone that he should have helped from day dot.
Yeah.
And I guess there is like a kind of a pang of guilt there. It's not expressed much, but I like to imagine that like going through his head is like, I've blamed this guy, but he's like this because people fucked him up. And I quite like that. And yeah, just like you said about the whole, like, you don't need to rule it, you just need to see it. That's lovely. That's straight out the Doctor Who textbook for me.
Yeah, it's very good stuff. I enjoy it quite a lot. And it seems like he's genuinely tempted for a moment.
Yeah, well, he gets as close as he's ever been to considering it. Yeah.
He's really, like, seems to be considering it, but then he's like, you know, what would he be without the drumming and stuff? He starts to question all of that. And that, of course, leads us into another context flashback of the untempered schism once again.
We're back in 480p, folks.
We're back in 480p. The little boy with his Noel Gallagher haircut is back.
Oh my god, that's where it is. Yeah, that is what it is.
Yeah, it's a little Noel Gallagher haircut.
He stares into the untempered schism, and what comes back is the lyrics to Oasis Wonderwall. Timmy Douglas. Anyway, here's Wonderwall.
But no, that's where we find out that the drum beat is actually a rhythm of 4, the heartbeat of a Time Lord, which, like, it's one of those things that I don't know. I think on the basis it seems interesting, but then you're like, okay,
they didn't do anything with it.
Yeah. So what does it mean though? Like, not all the Time Lords are hearing it clearly. So like, all right.
Also, I guess does that mean they beat out of sync? Because it would just be 2 loud beats, wouldn't it? If the hearts were both going in one.
Well, a heartbeat is...
Yeah.
But you got 2 hearts, so it'd be... Yeah, I guess it is out of sync, kids.
Yeah. One's going up. They're alternating.
I think that's fine, though.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm no scientist, but...
No! Don't think about it, anyone.
Shut up, stop.
we don't want to know. It'll all be made up anyway.
It's all made up.
I know.
Yeah, so, like...
I tell you what, I do like, if one thing is done with it, Timothy Dalton's there, and he's going, a drum beat, a warrior's march, the heartbeat of a Time Lord. Like, almost this pride in what he's created. And the advisor is like, nah, dude, he's just insane. Yeah. Like, I see what you're going for, but, like, you've just fucked this guy up for, like, 900 years or however long it's been.
We don't know that yet, though. We don't find that until a little bit later.
Oh, okay.
That they fuck him up. But yeah. The Master realizes all 6 billion versions of him can hear the drum, and then they can track it somehow. I don't know how that works, but we'll just all listen for a little bit, I guess. But
we'll all have a moment. We'll all lay out our mats.
Yeah.
We'll light some incense.
Yeah. We'll all have a group listen, whatever.
Yeah. My direct note says they can now triangulate the source. Bit of nonsense, but whatever.
Very nonsense, but sure, whatever.
Yeah.
It's magic listening. Who cares?
Yeah.
Nathan nitpicks a thing.
Oh, fuck. Here we go.
Okay. That guard is 1 inch too tall. Okay.
Okay.
All right. It's the cactus bloke. Okay. He's in the guard costume. He clocks the Master, which is quite fun. All right. So they make a clear point here that everyone has turned into the Master. Okay. So everyone is the same height as the Master. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's definitively what they're saying. Okay. That wasn't the case last week, Lawrence. That wasn't the case. There was a master,
Okay.
and then there was a smaller master next to him because it was Joshua Naismith and his daughter, all right? And they were different heights, and then they had two masters at different heights, Lawrence. There was a smaller master, all right?
Okay, yeah.
He was wearing the pink dress and he was smaller because Abigail, it means bringer of joy or whatever, was smaller than the master, all right?
All right.
Make up your mind, Russell. One or the other. You can't have it both ways. Make up your mind.
That would have been a choice as well, because John Sim is John Sim's height. Like,
Yeah.
they would have had to have brought him down a notch.
Exactly. It's bugged me for 14 years, this has.
I'm glad that if the podcast has done anything, I'm glad it's given you this. I'm glad it's given you an outlet for this.
But it doesn't solve it, Lawrence.
No, but you've got it off your chest now. You can begin to heal.
No, I don't
And
know
that's
if
the
I
most
can.
important thing.
But I'm right, though. Tell me I'm right.
No, you are right. You're right. Look,
Yeah.
when you're right, you're right. That's all I'll say.
Anyway, the Doctor is racist against the cactus people.
I said the Doctor gets a gun pointed at Wilf, but it's the Cactus Man. He knocks out the Master, and they all engage in a fine bit of racism.
It's because he says, Wilf says, God bless the cactus people, and then the Doctor says, that's cacti. And then the Vinvoce goes, that's racist. So
He's not wrong.
I mean, is it all right? Sorry, I wasn't aware you knew the derogatory terms of the Vinvoce. Okay,
I do. No, I'm just saying this is a developing pattern. We saw him trying to tell the security bloke, the tour guide, that Banakafalata wasn't welcome on the tour.
he hates all the Zochi/Vinvoce people.
Yeah, he sees some spikes and he's like, I know this lot. And that's not on. In my book.
He sees the spikes and he rolls up his window on the TARDIS.
Slowly locks the door.
He puts his hand in his pocket on his phone. I'm not having this.
Oh, man. All right, we get a fun escape. You watch Confidential, I'm assuming?
Of course.
So let's talk about the little getaway in the Doctor's weird kind of chair. I want to call it a wheelchair, but it's not a wheelchair in the way
It's
that
a
you
chair
think
with
of
wheels
it.
on it, I
Yeah.
guess. Yeah.
But he's like strapped into it from the Master's doing. What do you make of this? Bit of silliness.
My exact note says, the Doctor being wheeled away is a bit of silly fun. Don't mind it too much.
Yeah, that's what it
Yeah.
is, right? I don't mind a bit of silly fun. And last week it was all silly fun. But when the silly fun comes directly after like a nice moment between the Doctor and the Master, it's earned its silliness. Like we said this last week, you've got to do two things. You've got to be good and silly.
It's also not silly fun, which you're like, what the fuck was that? You know? It's
Yeah,
not
yeah.
complete and utter nonsense, you know?
Yeah. It
It's-
makes
it's-
sense in the scenario they're
Exactly. It's silly fun, which makes sense for the story. The story allows for a bit of silly fun. Have some silly fun. Don't be like, I'm going to eat you. Why? Don't worry about it. Because I'm a
make this
hungry,
burger
hungry
last all
boy.
day.
Exactly. Enough of that.
I do quite like that you get a few opportunities for David Tennant, and you see this in Confidential. He did so many takes of it, bless him. You get a few opportunities for him to do his trademark, listen to me!
Yeah.
Yeah, which is always quite fun.
I do quite enjoy the worst rescue ever, which is quite fun.
That's good, yeah. I saw
Yeah.
that. I don't know if they shot the bit of Confidential in like the later part of the day, but there's a few alternate takes for worst rescue ever.
Well, they
And
would have done it a few times. They would have shot it a few times.
Yeah. No, of course they would, but I like that it feels like at that point David Tennant is actually done in real life. He's like, because those takes were not the take we got.
Yeah, no, they weren't. They weren't. Bit of fun, though. They also had that weird David Tennant dummy in the chair.
Oh, haunting.
Yeah, haunting. Didn't like that at all.
Do you know what? Like that's the part about like being an actor that I guess you're not warned about. That like some weird props guy would come up to you and be like, I got this, by the way, look at this. And you're like, that's fucking haunting. That's your
see
job to make me.
Have you seen the one they use in Guardians 3 for Chris Pratt?
Haunting.
But it's one for one.
Yeah.
It
If,
just looks like Chris Pratt.
Yeah, it's fucking shocking. It's quite scary, and like I would hate one of me. I would either hate it or I'd do stuff with it, like put it in places.
Oh, I do stuff with it.
Oh, no, none of that. Nathan's retouching again.
No, stop this.
All right, Wilf is in space, Nathan. They get teleported out of there.
They do, yeah. So they go to the Vinvoce ship, which is in orbit just above the Earth. And yeah, Wilf is in space, which is quite a nice moment. He's like, "Oh my god, I'm in space."
Just like that, too.
Yeah, just like that. Oh my god, I'm in space.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, it's a cactus.
He sounds like Korg, I guess, from MCU. But yeah,
that sounds nothing like Korg. Korg has
like, oh my god, I'm in space.
I was not doing a New Zealand accent.
You absolutely were.
I was not. I was just doing an old man. Oh my god, I'm
right
in space. No, that's if I was doing a New Zealand accent about, oh my god, I'm in space. I'm in space, bro.
I'm seeing the distinction now, but
yeah.
Listen, you'll be editing this. Listen back. I'm sure you'll agree with me.
I wasn't doing it. It wasn't intentional.
Okay. What I did have a note that says I like that this era, you know, even amongst some of the lesser episodes, they just never forget to let their character have a little moment like this. Like not the day we met Wilf, but Wilf's character has been based on like a man looking into the stars and wondering. Like his whole thing is he sits on top of his hill with his flask of tea and he dreams of all the life that could be out there that he'll never get to see. And for him to finally get to see it, like that's a fucking massive... I know the episode is busy with stuff, but that's a massive deal. And I like that they just give it that quick 30 seconds it should have.
We'll get a bit more time to spend on it later, but it is just a nice acknowledgement of the moment. Just nice little, oh, Wilf's in space. Isn't that nice? And it is. And I like that they all run off, and the Doctor has to come back for Wilf, and he's like, "Come on, mate, it's all right, it's all right."
Because this is just another day for everyone there.
Exactly. Yeah. And I like that Wilf's getting a bit puffed as they're all running down like the hallway ship, because he's an old man, you know. He's not...
that is one of the best things about this episode. Is it just never loses sight of the fact that Wilf is absolutely a granddad. Like,
exactly.
He's an old man in space, out of his element.
He can't be running down these corridors all day like the fucking Doctor does, you know?
He did that thing, you know, where the Doctor does the thing where it's run and holds their hand.
Yeah.
Like, if he did that to Wilf, he'd be dragging him. Fucking pace of David Tennant versus Bernard Cribbins. That would not be a recipe that went well.
No.
Did you notice on the spaceship that they have markings on the wall? Kind of Vinvoce markings.
Can't say I did, no.
So obviously, from Confidential, we know that this was shot in like some Cardiff factory to get some like long corridors and stuff. And to dress it up a bit spaceship-like, they obviously would have taken down kind of Earth signs, like hazard signs and stuff, and put up in their places this marking, right? And I think that these were not intended to be like seen in HD, right? I think they were supposed to be quick. You run past them and you don't really pay attention to them. Okay. Because the design, which I can only gather from like it being on a spaceship, is either language or numbers.
Yeah.
Right. It's just a green circle that has spikes on it all the way around, like an O with green spikes.
Oh, really?
And it's like our letters don't look like humans. What's this?
It's true. I mean,
not a particularly imaginative day, I don't think, for the guys who made this.
Probably not. But you know, different cultures, different species, different languages and stuff.
Oh no, what if I'm now being racist?
Now you're the cactus racist, right? Yeah. The shoe is on the other foot now.
Oh, no, I don't like it.
Yeah.
It's cold out here, Nathan.
Anyway, they cloak the ship or whatever. The master's like, fire the missiles. But then the other master's like, we can't fire the missiles. We don't know where they are. So the master's like, all right.
Well, let it go then.
We'll let it go. We'll all have a big listen instead for this fucking drumbeat or whatever. Let's all have a big listen.
They shoot the teleport system so they can't just go back when they're ready.
Yeah.
To have a scrap. I do like that the cactuses, I've put them down as that. The Vinvoce.
Because you're racist.
I know!
Yeah.
They don't... I like their line very quickly. It's just like, oh, we're just like a little team. Like, we're not getting involved in the local politics.
Yeah. And it's fair, yeah.
Look, I completely get it, but I love the idea of two outsiders being like, being on Earth and some weird shit goes down and they go, Well, I don't know if we signed up for this. Like, time to make a move, I reckon.
Also, just calling it local politics as if this is like just a regular thing.
Yeah.
That might happen. Oh, it's the weekly. Everyone becomes the master. Watch out.
Yeah. Well, they don't know. They don't know our customs. Maybe
Exactly.
it's the master's turn this week.
Yeah. Last week it was mine, and I fucked it up. They won't let me back.
What was happening when you were giving birth, Nathan? Tell us.
No, I'm not getting into that.
Oh, fair enough. That was quite traumatic for you, actually.
It was actually. All right, so they all have a big listen. The master has a big listen.
You got it.
And they track the signal again. Don't worry about him. They track the signal, and then we this is where we find out that it was the Time Lords themselves who implanted the signal in the master's brain as a kid. They put it in when he saw the untempered schism. They sent it back through time, and they're basically using that signal to escape the time lock. But they still need a little thing, Lawrence. They need a physical way to escape this time lock. But don't you worry, all right? Because Timothy Dalton, Rassilon himself, he's got a little diamond on his big staff, all right?
What's the story behind that? Is he going to propose? Why has he got a diamond on his person? Yeah,
backstory, lore, who knows?
That's true. There's a big finish somewhere out there.
Probably is. But probably starring Jackie Tyler as well. The Adventures of Rassilon, Jackie Tyler, and Elty for some reason. I don't know. Yeah. You know what they do.
Yeah.
So he's got a little diamond, and it turns out what he can do is he can send this diamond to Earth by just throwing it at a hologram of Earth.
This bothered me so much, right?
What the fuck is going on? How does that work? All right.
Firstly, as I am, and I don't know if this carries on much into eras that we're very close to talking about, right? But like. When the hologram comes up, the sound effect is that of both the flashback sound effect and the vortex manipulator sound effect. Yeah. Teleport, quick vortex manipulator sound effect. So
sound
that bothers me.
Sound effects get reused all the time. Just get it.
I know, but it bothers me. I'm like, I know that sound. I know I shouldn't know it this well, but I do.
Get over it.
Yeah. The other thing is, right, like that diamond should just clatter on the other side of the table.
Yeah.
Right? That's not what a hologram is.
Someone should go, ow! and rub their head because they just got clocked in the face with a fucking diamond.
Well, they throw it at like the predicting woman, and it just gets lost in her hair or something.
Yeah, probably. Probably.
Oh man, yeah. This is just put Time Lord science, I guess. But like, fuck you. Don't make me think about it. You tell me.
It just seems a bit lazy.
It does.
It just seems to be like, oh, we need to escape the time. We need to escape the time lock. How are we going to do that? Don't worry about it. We'll just throw this diamond at it, I reckon.
And it's like something that's small and tangible can slip past. I'm like,
all right, well, that was established before, but okay.
Yeah, it's not as if Time Lord science is largely based on making things different sizes as well. Like this could have been very easily solved.
Yeah. Nothing at all can escape the time lock, except, something small and tangible. So
Exactly, yeah. Is this how Dalek Khan did it, do you reckon?
Lawrence, I wouldn't worry too much about
that. Yeah, they don't know, do they?
Yeah, they don't know. I wouldn't read too much into it.
I'll make a big finish about it instead.
Yeah, starring Jackie Tyler.
And Elton, of course.
And Elton. Yeah.
Wilf is lost on the ship.
Ah, yes, he is, and he sees the mysterious woman once again. What does she tell him? Just more nothing. Just fucking every time she shows up, she just says nothing, man. She's just like, the doctor must take up arms, and you must be the one to do that. Well,
tell me, soldier, did you present arms? I brought the gun. Cool.
You could take this entire subplot out of the episode and it would not make a difference at all. All right.
The thing that I forgot about, and we will get to this at the moment later on, but like it changes the Doctor's mind. It's a pivotal. This woman is important. Like just one look between them changes a lot for the Doctor, and I'm like, who the fuck is she? Tell me.
Spoiler alert. We don't know.
I thought we knew for a second.
You'll never
Jackie
know.
Tyler. It was confirmed in a big finish already.
Yeah.
All right, so yeah, Wilf is there. The white business suit woman is there to confuse us all more. She says that she in the more nothing, she's like, Wilf is like, who are you? She was like, I was lost once myself. And I'm like, that would be cool if I knew who the fuck you were.
I mean, there's allusions to who she is, and there's, we can discuss it a little bit later, but there's nothing like concrete, as far as I'm aware, anyway. But
yeah, there's plenty of theories. I've seen a few out there in my time.
I've seen a few.
Yeah,
but, and we'll discuss them in a little while. But for now, nothing. Anyway, Wilf and the Doctor have a very nice conversation. This is a very good scene. I think
one of the best of the episode.
One of the highlights for me, especially when fucking hell, definitely when New Zealand then. Especially. Anyway, Wilf says, the Doctor has a nice moment when Yura says, I'd be proud if you were my dad, which is just very sweet, I reckon.
He
but
does.
Then,
go on.
I was just going to say the moment of Wilf holding the gun out to him and saying, just basically begging him to take it, begging him to go and fight the Master and not to die. Just the way he begs him not to die, please. Like he says, please don't die. You're the most wonderful man. Like as he breaks down crying and stuff. It's very sweet scene.
I love that they both start composed. And also last week the Doctor was very emotionally vulnerable, and this week Wilf has done the same. While the Doctor is kind of the more stoic presence. I really like it. I love that. There's a few things in the scene that I love. The fact that Wilf beckons the Doctor to take the gun, the Doctor refuses, and Wilf gets it immediately. He obviously tries to give it to him again later, but that's emotion talking. He's also the parallel drawn between these two is both the soldiers that one never took up arms and the other one arguably took up way too many arms. Yeah, I love that parallel, and that they're men of the same caliber at this point.
And we get interesting stuff from the Doctor talking about because Wilf says to him, the Master's going to kill you, so kill him first. And then the Doctor talks about that's how the Master started and stuff, and it's a slippery slope once you do start. But then he talks about how he's not innocent, he's got blood on his hands, and He's taken lives, and what's worse is he's manipulated people into taking their own lives, which I don't think is referenced in anything specific, but you can kind of infer it as stuff we've seen before, the whole Dalek Khan reveal and that sort of stuff, his true self and that kind of thing. It's definitely interesting stuff, really. I always like knowing the Doctor's got a past which he is both proud and ashamed of at the same time. Really. It just adds more interesting layers to the character, I think.
Yeah, it absolutely does. It's a character that is already quite rich thematically, and to give him to give them the darker shades, it's more interesting. It just these tiny little nuggets. They've always been the most interesting parts of the Doctor. The things that the Doctor doesn't say. When he spends most of the show chatting nonsense and saying everything, the stuff he doesn't say is often the most interesting. And I like the acknowledgement of a Time Lord living too long is, I think, quite a step for 10, and an acknowledgement of his own shortcomings that I think. And we joke, he's the shortest serving incarnation of the Doctor, in terms of the years he was alive.
Though. Yeah, he is.
But I do like that. It's this either he recognizes, like you say, he's not innocent, and he looks at stuff he's done, and he's gone some choices shouldn't be made. Yeah. It's really, really cool.
It is, yeah, and I like that he doesn't take the gun as well. That he even says, he just flat refuses and says never, and yeah, that's exactly what the Doctor should do. He absolutely should refuse that. It feels like it's nice to see after the Time Lord victorious, because Time Lord victorious was very much what the Doctor should never do, and then here we have the Doctor acting more like the Doctor should, really, for a moment at least, anyway, which is nice to see.
Yeah, it is, and I think even that line itself about I got clever, I manipulated people to take their own lives. That's not that could mean there's a whole myriad of people. Davros gave us the flashback if you want to go and check it out, but there's the other things as well, the Waters of Mars. He's just come off of that story where his shortcomings directly meant that someone had to traumatically take their own life.
Very true.
Yeah, to keep the peace, essentially, to basically, the Doctor fell short and made it someone else's job.
Yeah,
and that's damning.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, genuinely incredible scene. One of the highlights of the episode.
100%.
The Master is open broadcasting to space as a whole, I guess. That's something that Earth can do.
They're all on the megaphone.
Yeah.
They're all stood out in the garden. They've all got a megaphone each. And they're all just shouting it.
How much funnier would that have been? They're all in the garden screaming. You know the pots and pans for the NHS?
Yeah,
they're all out there fucking banging on them. Doctor, listen!
That would have been funny. Yeah, no, they're doing an open broadcast just into space. So basically, the Master can tell the Doctor that you found a white point star, and the Doctor immediately knows what that means, and he grabs the fucking gun. Well, he says, I think he says something like, "There's only one place like a white point star could come from." I think he says Gallifrey, and then he grabs the gun or something like that.
What do you make of this? Because reverse the clock. Not some 2 minutes ago, Nathan said the Doctor should never grab the gun.
Yes.
What do you make of this?
It makes it interesting.
Yes.
Because we just had, like, the Doctor flat out refusing, literally saying never, all right? Literally saying, flashback to the Doctor's daughter, I never would,
Yeah.
Big thesis statements about this character which have been made. And, to make it even more interesting, the fact that he has always talked about the Time Lords with such love and reverence, and now he is finding out that the Time Lords themselves are returning, and the first thing he does is grab a gun. That's interesting.
Two massive questions, right?
Yeah, I want to know more about that. I want to know what the fuck is running through his head. Sounds like someone has been telling us porcupines.
Yeah. It's exactly what it is, right? It sounds like someone's caught up in a lie, and it sounds like ultimately, looking at him grabbing the gun, it's just this visceral representation of the fear that's fucking activated inside of him. This deep
100%.
That it's all well and good to tell Porky Pies when no one's there to rectify you, but holy shit! And Wilf's even saying that's a good thing, isn't it? And the Doctor's like, I can't talk right now. I need this gun. I just love it. Like you say, he in the past, even down to a minute prior, he's been so defiant against the use of a weapon of any kind. And I just love this. This is our first glimpse into the warrior that we've heard so much about the Doctor being. The Ninth Doctor spoke briefly, but in sparing detail about the warrior that he had to become, and how he's was born in battle and is ashamed of that man. And that obviously we'll get to that again down the line, but we've never seen this warrior. We've seen the healer that he chooses to present the best side of himself. And it's great to see.
Exactly.
Just the image of the Doctor holding a gun is wrong, and for that reason it's such a good fucking moment.
It really is. Yeah, it brings up a lot of questions. You're definitely wondering what is going on. He does say is it this moment where he says that's how I chose to remember them or something? Yeah. But in the last days of the Time Lords, in the last days of the Time War, they weren't actually as great as he's been making out and stuff. Which is quite interesting. But yeah, a lot to chew on there, I think.
Very much so. You get the Council of the Time Lords voting.
Yes, okay, yes, you do. And when two of them don't vote the way that they want to, what is it? Well, I've got the exact quote here. The vote is taken, and only two stand against, and will stand as monuments to their shame, like the weeping angels of old. What the fuck does that mean?
It's just a big old fuck you line, isn't it? It's just
it really is. I'm just like. What?
And it's not ambiguous. When you look at the women he's referencing, they're both doing the weeping angel.
They're posed exactly like the weeping angels are, and there's somehow, I think Russell's somehow implying that the weeping angels are shamed Time Lords or something, like outcast Time Lords. I don't even know. I don't know what the fuck he's trying to get at, but it just adds more confusing nonsense to the pot. Really,
let the Weeping Angels stand just as they are.
I reckon Stephen Moffat must have saw that and gone, what the fuck is he doing?
Look, I guess I'm writing a Weeping Angel story in season 5. Can't let that stand.
It's just like, it's just like, like sometimes Russell needs to be restrained, I think, a little bit. And he needs someone to tell him, stop writing now,
It's so frustrating. I also like that, like, when Rassilon, says, like, all those that stand in favour or whatever, and everyone starts going, yeah. A lot of male voices.
Oh, yeah.
And I like that the two people that refused, women.
Oh, women, yeah.
And I also, the thing that baffles me is, like I always thought that at least it should be, right, that Time Lords as a species, there shouldn't be sexism on Gallifrey. You all walk each other's shoes. You know what this is.
Logically, there shouldn't be.
Yeah.
But also...
Rassilon becomes a woman and they just put him in the cupboard. You stay there until you die and you're a man again.
Well, when you think about it, there shouldn't be. But also, up until this point, the idea of a Time Lord... Well, I think it had come up, but it had never been seen. Like, the idea of a Time Lord's changing gender had never been seen.
Oh, I see. So it was you change, but you stay a man every time you change. I mean, I guess that's what regenerations were up until this point, right?
Yes. But
I want to clarify, that's not a good thing.
No. I think people who... previous actors who have played Doctor Who, like in interviews, I think they have, like, even before this episode would have aired, would have like been asked the question and said something about it. Like, it can happen. Why not? I'm pretty sure Colin Baker said something about it like quite a while ago. Like, there's no reason why it can't, and all this sort of stuff. Like,
and then the BBC fired him again.
But
they went, "Shut up,
shut up, Colin Baker, you're fired." But then, people in charge of this show have sometimes been, look, whatever. But
it's a big old council of men, is all I'm saying.
It's historically TV, pretty male dominated field, all right.
Yeah.
And I just think that, like, as progressive as this show is. And has been since it began, still limited by the time in which it came out and stuff. So
absolutely, yeah, and like, glad to see it's not still a glaring problem.
Yes,
yeah,
yes. But the Master's sexist, like, so
that's true. Yeah,
but
I think he gears his sexism more towards Earth women as well, though.
Yeah,
and there's that kind of added dynamic.
You say that, but we'll see.
We will see. We will see.
There is, and the Master also has a lot of incarnations that we just have never seen, like a lot of them as well, because he's on his second regeneration cycle. Like, a regeneration cycle is your first 13 lives, okay, and he's on his second one, but and a bit into it at least.
Because he's a crispy fuck in the classic run, isn't he?
Yeah, he's like a weird demon or whatever. And I think
like, I want more regenerations.
I think it's I might be wrong on this, but I think it's the TV movie, or maybe before that, where he gets another cycle of regenerations.
Oh, when he comes back as the leather jacketed American.
Yeah, wearing the big, like, Time Lord robes.
Yeah,
but he's like an American cop or whatever. Yeah.
They watched Terminator before they made that movie, and they were like, "I dig this guy's vibe."
A little bit, yeah.
Have you seen that movie out of interest?
The TV movie?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love it. I think it's great.
I've watched it once when I was younger, and I don't remember a damn thing about it. Other than I know the TARDIS was a cozy TARDIS.
I love the TARDIS. Well, you want to talk about TARDIS talk? That is genuinely one of my favorite TARDIS
next
series.
week, all right?
No, this week.
Oh, no. All right, where are we up to? What's going on?
Let's just say I celebrated at a certain point. Anyway,
leave me alone in my time of need. All right.
No. Where are we, Lawrence? Yes. So the Doctor's going to fly this ship back to Earth, and we get one last Alonzi from the man himself. One last big Alonzi.
What a brilliant Alonzi as well, right?
Bit much.
Nah, an old Earth saying, a saying of great wisdom and words of great consolation in times of need. Alonzi, brilliant. No, right. Look, and this is where I'll be a hypocrite. It's a bit much, and if anyone else did it, I'd be cross. Right, but I don't care. This is that season 3 finale again. Like, it's dumb, but it's cool. It's the coolest thing I've ever seen.
But it's what I like, so it's okay.
Yeah, exactly. You're wrong and I'm right. That's how it works.
No, I don't mind it. It's a bit of fun. It's a good bit of fun, and he's earned one last good Alonzi. So
exactly, and you just know that Tennant was having a time of his life saying it.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
The whole ship chase sequence is nothing though. It's
get fucked.
No, it goes on too long. I think it's just nothing. It's just like 5 solid minutes of just there's missiles. All right,
I like it. Right, I like that you've got Wilf loving every second of it. Right, you've got him spinning around. He has no idea what's going on, but he's shooting a few people and he's having a good time. Then you've got what's the name of the lady, Vinvoce? Do we know?
Vinvoce lady.
Vinvoce lady, right, gotcha.
Yeah.
I love her little performance. It's so subtle and in the background and it could easily be unnoticed. And she goes, they've launched 16 missiles. Oh, and another 16 missiles.
Yeah.
Like, it's just fun. Like, and also, something that I quite liked, it's good to see the Doctor as a great pilot. We're used to seeing him trying to solo a fucking 7-man job. And it's good to see when he's got one console in front of him, he's not bad. He's not half bad.
He's a little too good, though.
Yeah.
He's like doing some like Millennium Falcon, like Han Solo shit here, you know? He's like,
this is all Star Wars, you know it is.
I know. It's the dogfight from Star Wars and stuff, and I know it is. But like, now I think about it, very Star Wars this episode at certain points.
Yeah.
But the flying is a bit too much like he's proper doing like intricate spins and loops and everything, and then like to avoid those missiles, like the way the ship is spinning and stuff, it's like, come on, you know.
Paul Wilf, man. Like, I don't mean to say it, but like, you know,
not a good day for him, really.
Senior on board. They should have a bumper sticker. Slow down, please.
There's the Doctor's like, it seems like for a moment he's gonna crash the ship into the mansion at one point, and then as he often does, when everyone starts to question him, he just goes non-verbal and he just decides, I'm gonna shut up now and not say anything. I'm just gonna stare darkly at this mansion which we're very fastly approaching and just not say anything while everyone is asking me if we're about to die. You know?
Yeah, it's not great from him, and I like the surroundings, right? I like that Wilf is there. I love Wilf's line, you know, is this the end? I won't stop you, sir. But is this it? Like, I like that Wilf is quiet.
I would get that gun, shoot him.
Yeah, exactly. No, but it's quietly nice from Wilf. It's just loyal. It's like, I'm a companion.
Also a bit horrific though, if you think about it.
Yeah, like, it would be absolutely.
He's just accepted that he's part of this suicide mission now with the Doctor for some reason. Like,
but he stands by his side. He's loyal. All right, I like it.
Too
it's
loyal.
Silly from 10, and it's also just a fake out. He doesn't need to be inflicting this terrible dread.
No, yeah.
He could be like, no, I'm just going to get well close. One sec.
Hate the jump.
Right, yeah, listen.
It's what? Why? What? Why? And especially like, all right, the 12th Doctor fell off some scaffolding, all right, and died, and he became a paper mache man, and he became Peter Davidson. All right,
yeah,
we know this. We've talked about this.
We have, yeah.
All right, why are we adding in this like new lore that he's seemingly indestructible or something. And especially in the episode that he dies, mate. It's stupid.
It is. And I
think they just wanted to give him a lot of scars and couldn't really figure out another way to do it.
Yeah, and they had that big glass top, and they wouldn't be ashamed not to use that. I look, it's dumb, it's bad, it looks like shit.
It looks awful.
Yeah, it looks real bad.
Yeah.
But it's a point, isn't it? It just gets from A to B. Otherwise, you got to have the spaceship land. But then, like, he can't run in the same way Wilf can run in. Like, the Doctor has to make an entrance, and I get that, but it just is not great.
I raise you the point that they teleported onto the ship.
Yeah, but the Master shot that. But then it's their show. They could just not shoot that. Yeah,
they could just not write it. So he shot that. You know?
I sometimes I forget that. But Nathan, the logic of the show that they laid out. Yeah. They couldn't fix their own problem. That'd be absurd. Yeah. Look. All right. It's suit talk.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's got rips in it now.
Yeah. Until later when it doesn't. But then it does again when Matt Smith's in it. Don't worry.
Shut up, all right? But they obviously shot not in order.
It does get shredded. Is
glass doing that to a suit?
Well, it's glass, isn't it?
Yeah, but you're through it. It's one quick smash through. You're not getting scraped across it. It impacts and then it shatters.
Yeah, but he's also falling on the floor with all the glass as well.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
I should be instantly dead.
I mean, he should be.
He should have
for many reasons.
Insides.
He should be a puddle on that floor.
A glowing orange puddle, albeit, but still a puddle.
Not even. That'd be too quick for him to regenerate.
Oh, it would be. Yeah, imagine.
He wouldn't be coming back from that. He'd be instantly dead.
What would you do if I brought the Time Lords back? I'm killing myself in front of you to change your bond forever.
Great. No, I just. To be honest, I don't have much to say about the shredded suit. Like, it's, it's
I like a
war
torn 10, I will say it. We never really get to see a proper war-torn Doctor costume, because obviously they have to use them to film stuff.
Yeah.
But I quite like it.
They do forget that it's shredded in a little bit, but...
Let it go, Nathan!
No, I won't.
You forgive every other goof.
No, I don't.
No, I know you don't, yeah. All right, while this is all going on, we should have been mentioning at the same time, the Time Lords are coming back through the thing.
No, we talked about that, didn't we?
Yeah, but I wanted to say that the Master was going, closer!
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah.
Being a little freak, yeah.
He's having his moment, yeah. He does he does have a few moments where, like, some of the other Masters are like, oh, the Doctor's coming. He's like, I don't care about that cunt anymore. Leave me alone. I got more toys to play with now.
I like that. The second that he's not the only Time Lord left again, he's like, oh, fuck the Doctor.
Yeah, exactly.
I want a fresh new toy that I can torment.
Yeah. So Rassilon and the Time Lords are here. They're bathed in white now. They're on the anti-hot ones set. They're on cold ones.
They're on cold ones.
They're on cold ones. I'm pretty sure that's an actual thing, isn't it? Cold ones.
Cold ones.
It's like beers or something.
I think it's strong ones. It's a YouTube thing, I think.
No, I think it's cold ones.
Is it cold? I mean, cold ones make sense, but I'm sure there's the strong ones.
Well, that's the fake one. But there's a
impersonator of an impersonator impersonating hot ones.
I said it. I think I've said it before, but we should do a hot ones, our own little hot ones.
What? We'll put it as an exclusive.
We'll just
who knows?
We'll sizzle. Anyway, we probably won't.
Mate, I can't handle one regular spice. I would choke out on the first week.
No, it's true. Again, Manny goes to Nando's, gets his plain ketchup.
Fuck it. Well done, everyone. Everyone clap and applaud. Nathan needs it, apparently.
You get so defensive.
Right, I don't get defensive over it. It's that you bring it up every day.
Because I don't bring it up every day. I bring it up when it's relevant.
You have certain trigger phrases. I can't talk about a film without you crying about film Twitter. I can't talk about an aspect ratio without you crying about 4:3.
We can talk about those things, but when it's relevant, we talked about a movie that was shot in 4:3, so I'm gonna mention that it's in 4:3.
All right, but if I would be saying like, you'd be like, "What do you have for dinner?" and I'd be like, "Oh, I don't know, I made a curry," and you'd be like, "Oh, I bloody can't handle a bit of spawn."
I would if you said, "Oh, I made an extra mild curry" or something, which is probably.
Sometimes I just want to tell you about my mild curries.
What's up?
All right.
Anyway, Rassilon's got a magic glove or whatever, and he uses it to cure everyone.
So this is one of my flaws of the episode, right?
Yeah.
Right. Not the glove. The glove is a flaw already. We know this, right?
Yeah.
The one thing I think this episode fails at is it the first... And I get it's the point. I understand why it's done and what they're doing. But I don't like it. You've resurrected John Sims' master, a great master, to have him do something fucking truly horrendous to the Earth.
Yeah.
And then the Time Lords come, and it's like, yeah, we weren't worried about the Master's plot anyway. Fuck that guy. Rassilon's here now, yeah.
Yeah.
It very quickly forgets him.
Yeah, it kind of does. Until they don't need to. But, yeah, it's very much it's sort of well, actually, we're the real threat of this episode, not the Master.
And that's the point it's doing. I get that it's it took the Master a whole episode to figure this out, but I've got a glove that's already got the setting to undo this. It's supposed to be a planet of Time Lord Victoriouses arrive.
No, yeah, pretty much.
And they're obviously a bigger threat than any one thing. And it shows that the Master he's not the big cheese that we've all thought he is. I mean, he is, but compared to these guys, he's small fry. He's nothing.
So everyone gets turned back to normal. They all do the shaky heads. Obama's back. Joshua Naismith is back.
Straight up dips, by the way. His daughter catches up with him eventually, but he's like, fuck this.
I'm out, boys. I'm dipping.
Yeah.
And we get one last look at for this era of Trinity Wells, our queen. That's it. No lines, mate. Sadly. No lines this episode. Just a quick shot of her returning back to normal.
Can you imagine if we never saw and it was only inferred that she was back to normal? I wouldn't rest. I'd want to know.
I'd have cried, yeah. I'd have cried.
Yeah. What if she's the only one that stayed as the Master? I need confirmation.
Well, we did. We got it.
No, I know, but imagine if we didn't, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
My God. Look, it's been an absolute privilege, right, to watch her week after week when she shows up.
Lachelle Carl, we love you. We love your work. Mm-hmm. You do great stuff. And we can only hope that one day you will... No one can see the eyebrow movement.
No, Nathan's pausing for eyebrows. Is this a surprise? What have you done?
No, we can only hope that one day you'll return, is all I'm saying.
What I will say is the other night I had...
I mean, we already talked about it on the podcast, but...
Oh, yeah. Look, I want...
And also, don't look at our Twitter banner.
What have you done?
No, I'm saying it's Trinity Wells.
Oh, okay, fine.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Spoilers is what I'm saying.
I thought you'd done something disastrous.
No.
Okay, what I'll say is I had a glass of whiskey the other night, and I went and found her Instagram, and I typed out a message to is it Lachelle?
Lachelle Carl, yeah.
Lachelle Carl, yeah. I typed out a whole message that was like, me and my friend have a Doctor Who podcast. It'd be amazing if you could. And then I just deleted it all and went to bed because I was like, this is horrendous. I sound like a maniac.
You do, yeah. That's not a good look for us.
No, and I was like, look, at the end of the day, Nathan and I will convene and we will scribe a message ourselves, sober.
We'll see what will happen.
But yeah, right. So what happens? We find out that Trinity Wells is safe. The human race is saved.
Gallifrey is returning, Lawrence. That's what's happening. Gallifrey.
We get size confirmation.
Okay.
Gallifrey's a big boy.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess that's a question we've been wondering.
I have. Don't know about you.
Not me, to be honest. No, I can't say I have. But yeah, I guess we get a size confirmation. Gallifrey, the planet itself, is returning. The Master has been a bit hubris, ego-stricken, and a bit rich for the Doctor to have a go at him for that. But all right,
yeah.
but yeah, he's like, "Don't you ever listen? They're not talking about you. The entire planet is coming back, or whatever."
Simmer down, mate. We saw you not 2 weeks ago.
I know. Don't be acting all high and mighty now. You know.
I tell you what, little moments like this in the scurry of like everyone running away, seeing the planet, seeing Gallifrey start to spawn in.
Yeah.
You get little moments, and one particularly hurts on a rewatch where there's a scientist that needs Wilf's help.
Yeah, this is quite a telling moment. I'll tell you what's telling about it is like the scientist is trapped in the glass box of doom. All right, he's like, "Help, let me out." He's trapped or whatever. And Wilf comes in and is like, "Hey, I got you, mate. I'll help you out." And the doctor tries to stop him.
He does.
The doctor says, "No, Wilf, don't." He's like too weak and like probably beaten up to actually do anything about it. But he
just cracked his ribs. Fucking jumping off a building or something.
Because he just jumped out of a fucking spaceship. But whatever. Yeah, he does try to stop Wilf. He tells him not to, and then he kind of has this like defeated look on his face when he steps into the booth, which is interesting.
It is interesting, and I condemn that guy. It's all sorts. Yeah, there's a lot to look at.
There is, yeah. And this is where we get some more Time War lore. Time War lore. Sounds weird.
Time War
lore. But yes, like the Master's like, Gallifrey's returning. What's the big deal? That's good. I like that actually.
That's chill vibes.
Yeah, I like that. But then the Doctor's like, nah. You weren't there, man. All right,
you were off being Yana. You fucking
exactly.
pussy.
You was out with Chantho drinking her milk or whatever. All right.
No,
you were there in the final days of the war, and I like this. I like that we get some more little tidbits and information and like how the war like really fucking corrupted the Time Lords and and what horrors they were planning to get out of it, and what led to the Doctor realizing that he could no longer fight for them. He has to fight them. He has to put a stop to it. And he lists off like, I mean, it's all nonsense, but like the Skaro degradations, the Horde of Travesties, the Nightmare Child, the Could Have Been King with his army of never-weres and meanwhiles. What does this all mean? Don't worry about it. Nothing. But
what's an army of never-weres?
It's just some of this sounds cool, I think. It's just, It all sounds like vaguely cool, and I think some of this stuff has been touched upon on Big Finish. I tried to have a little look, specifically at the Nightmare Child, and like, apparently it's all like super weapons and shit, like weapons of mass destruction, but it's like some kind of weird baby just floating in space. Some like,
oh lord,
yeah, degraded half mutant baby or something, which like. And some of this is like the stuff which like resurrects and, then brings people to life over and over again and kills them over and over and all this sort of stuff. But yeah, he just basically describes it as hell and like says hell is descending on Earth. And the Master's like, I'll have a bit of that. Sounds like a bit of me.
Sounds like my kind of world. And I'm like, bro, listen. You're not getting it.
Yeah.
I love all of this stuff, obviously. Like, it's just nice to see, like, the payoff is such a subversion to what Gallifrey was told to be. And, like, I can't imagine how cool this would have been to watch as someone that, like, grew up with the classic era. Just watching this, like, it is akin to my reaction, and we have spoken about this many years ago, when in a show called Power Rangers SPD, the B Squad were the serving Power Rangers, and when the A Squad finally came back from their lost mission gone wrong, they were appearing as normal, cool Power Rangers, but they were in fact evil and corrupted. So when we finally get the heroes of the peace return, they're not as they previously were thought to be.
I remember that. For context, that was years and years ago. Whilst we were still at uni, we did a podcast with some of the other friends there called what was it called?
Oh shit! Your opinion sucks.
Your opinion sucks. Yeah. And you didn't. The idea was we'd do a different thing each week. Like a different host would like lead the topic to discuss, basically, and it'd be whatever. Don't worry about it. Yours was always just a complete mess. All right. And I'll never forget just being sat in the booth. And we recorded it in the most professional recording studio. That recording studio was wasted on that podcast.
It really was. Yeah.
The most, like, a proper professional radio broadcast studio. All right. But
we could have got on the waves if we needed
to. Absolutely.
We could have broadcast into space with the master.
We really could have. But I'll just never forget being sat in that fucking booth and just listening to you go on about a show that I don't think any of us apart from you had ever watched.
No,
so we
one member had.
Oh, yeah, Garrett had, yeah. We just had to listen to you. It was just basically me and Harry just listening to you two talk about Power Rangers for like half an hour or whatever. And
it's great, man.
Oh, yeah, that sounds cool.
Nah, it is cool. There's a dog. The dog is the boss.
By the way, you can actually still listen. You can find that. That's out there. I'm not telling you where, but you can find it.
I mean, you've told them the name and what subject, so.
But I've not told them where, Lawrence.
That is true. That is very true. Right. So Hell is Descending. I love all of this. Very, very good stuff. I do like, and I find this very silly, but it's also silently horrifying at the same time. I can't work out whether it's more silly or more scary. Is that, like, Rassilon's big plan is to become a big gas. Right? He's like, everyone's going to become a big gas.
No, they want to become creatures of consciousness, Lauren.
We're all going to become a mist that hangs about and is like, you guys suck.
He never says he wants to become a big mist or anything.
No, I know. I'm simplifying for funny.
I know. To be fair, my exact note says the Time Lords want to become spirits or some shit.
Yeah. I liked that, though. I like their ego and their... No, it is silly. Nathan's pulling a face. It is silly, right? But I like the idea of, like, their only limitation is death, is regenerations. Like, it's... I love the idea that they want to become creatures of utter control, right? Their way to end the Time War is to end time itself and be the only creatures in consciousness, which I guess would set them up to be like deities of the future worlds, the next civilizations to come.
Sounds awful.
Yeah, it's fucking horrendous. Like, this is what I mean, right? It's a terrifying thought, and it's also the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah. And then the Master's like, oh, let me come. I want to be a big gas boy too.
Yeah, let me ascend.
But then Rassilon's like, absolutely fucking not. You filthy little boy, okay? All right? And yes, we may have made you a filthy little boy, okay? But still, you are a filthy little boy, and you will not come with us to become a gas or whatever.
I very much like I don't know what it is, right? Timothy Dalton is so he's got such a good voice. We said this last week.
He's got that gravitas to him. He's really good, yeah.
But it's the way he goes, you are diseased.
Albeit a disease of our own making.
Yeah, and it's like, oh man, I'm going to send that to people as an insult. That should be the new Ninth Doctor kill yourself kind of clip.
Yeah, but that'd be good actually. Yeah. But I think that's when the Doctor stands up and we hear the.
You couldn't not hear it.
You can't not. It's impossible not to hear the loudest fucking gun clack ever. You first drew my attention to this. I actually hadn't noticed this for quite a while. Yeah. Until some point when we was at uni, you drew my attention to the fact that every time the Doctor turns around, where he goes from pointing the gun at the Time Lords to then to the Master, for whatever reason, for no reason at all, because there's no reason it should, but the gun makes the loudest fucking clack noise ever, every fucking time. It's like he's reloading it every time, but it's already loaded. Like, what's going on?
It's so noisy, and I don't know why. And also, like, it's noisy. Even the fact that it's reloading is stupid, but it's so much louder than a normal gun.
Yeah, it's so horrendously loud.
Yeah.
Just that.
Yeah, and also like the quick the way it's edited is funny because it's like this quick spin shot. And it's like, the sound is supposed to like tell us David Tennant's in position now. He's aiming the gun again. I'm like, but just just turn around, dude, and aim the gun.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't make this noise.
But he has the gun on the Time Lords, and then he goes to the Master, and then he's like, what the fuck are you doing? Shoot them.
Yeah.
Like, but then he's like, oh, the link is inside my head. Kill the link, and then they go back or whatever. I always loved the way the Master just kind of taunts and goads him and just goes, you never would, you coward.
Yeah.
I love that line from him. It's a great line.
It's great, and it's also, like, I think it speaks to his, like you said earlier, never learns a lesson, right? My guy, you were shot. You were killed by this. Like, this happened the last time you were alive. No, but, like, you got killed in this exact same way by goading someone with a gun like an idiot. Like,
it's true, yeah.
It's
but
great.
But that's to me, he just says that he knows the Doctor, and he's right.
Yeah.
He is, ultimately, he is right. I recall fucking, the Ninth Doctor's words in Partner of the Ways, I think, when the Emperor Dalek asks him, what are you, Doctor, killer or coward? And Ninth Doctor says, coward, any day. You know?
It's such
I'm reminded of that moment.
Oh god, the ninth Doctor, man. I remember recording that Parting of the Ways episode because it'd been a while since I'd watched season 1 through and through, and then like I just remember sitting down to record the Parting of the Ways, and I was looking at my page of notes. I was like, "What meat? What one absolute selection of fine dining for us to feast on here." Like,
what absolute sauce we have.
Exactly, we are cooking with gas right now. No, I tell you what, right? This moment as a whole, yes, the gun is a bit silly. I like that the master's like, you never would, and then he spins it around, and then like knowing that the Doctor still won't kill the Time Lords, he's like, kill him and Gallifrey could be yours. Like, he's just the embodiment of this devil on the shoulder.
He really is, yeah. And then Rassilon says to the Doctor, the final acts of your life is murder, but which one of us? And at that point, Lawrence, one of the weeping angels, I guess, lowers her hands, and we see her face, and it's the mysterious woman.
Right,
it's the woman from earlier who in the white suit, and she's a time lady. I guess she could just project herself. All right, whatever.
Doesn't she's not time locked like the rest of them.
Yeah, don't worry about it. She's fine.
Yeah.
But the Doctor sees her. Seems to recognize her in some way as she is crying, and then he immediately turns back with his gun on the Master. It's a bit of a fake out because he then says, "Get out of the way," and he and he shoots the nondescript machine, which sends them back or whatever.
It was the fucking thing,
I know,
wasn't it? Yeah,
I know it's the link. I know it's the source or whatever, but it is just a big. It's a very clear, like, it's a glowing spot on a big video game villain, isn't it?
It is, yeah, and it's also like a situation of like, if you're a Time Lord and you're spawning in, first order of business is to put that in a fucking untouchable dome, right?
Yeah.
Guard it 24/7. That machine must not be unplugged or moved. Like.
Yeah.
Look, right, we'll get onto the woman in literally a second. What I will say is I really appreciate... No. What I will say is I really appreciate what it symbolizes, what it does. Because whatever it is, whatever that look and that look of knowing between the pair, right, it allows the Doctor to reclaim a part of his Doctor essence that he's lost. There is always a third option where no one has to die, or he doesn't take a life. There's a choice. There's a road of less violence that the Doctor will always find, and that allows him to think outside the box. He's been so caught up in this is the prophecy. I die in a minute. Which one of these do I kill? Like, and it's like he's almost like he's taking someone with him, and this knowing look shared between the pair is very much a defiant of that. It's like, I don't care if I go down, but at the end of the day, like, I'm not losing who I am while I go down. That being said, it's one of my favourite 10 moments, and I would just fucking love it if I knew the character on the other end of that moment.
I think the implication is that it's his mum.
I think so too. Yeah,
that's the most popular theory. I think even Russell has said, like, he in his head it's his mum. He's never given a definitive answer either way. And even if he had, these things are open to interpretation. If it's not definitive, he said in the episode, it's not definitive, But he said in his head, it's his mum, and I think that's what's going on. I don't know. It kind of goes against some like history of the Doctor a little bit, because the Doctor is an orphan, like So I don't know if he ever actually had a mum as a boy or anything, but his whole history is a mess though as well. There's so much we don't know, so whatever, I guess. No, I've heard a lot of theories. I've heard that it's a future incarnation of the Doctor is a theory I've heard themselves, because because of that line earlier in their episode, I was someone who was once lost a long time ago or something. I don't think that's the case.
Kind of works against the vanity of it, like only myself could have got me out. This whole kind of is antithetical to how Ten's arc sums up. Yeah,
and also why then would the Doctor then be back in the Time War as well?
It doesn't make sense. And they know that's the Doctor. They all know each other. Like
doesn't quite make sense. I'll say the name, but this won't make sense for people who haven't seen it. But I won't say anything else. But Tecteun, could be, but not really though. I don't think, because...
and it wouldn't matter to the Doctor. At this point,
because that's not a nice relationship, really.
No, but then also, like at this point, would have no idea of that relationship.
No, exactly. Yeah,
and would just be like, who the fuck's this?
Yeah, exactly. So again, I don't think that's the case. I think it is the most likely option is it's implied to be the Doctor's mother.
Yeah, and I don't hate that. I don't love it.
No.
But I think it's a bit weak sauce, and to pin so much of the Doctor's final, this is the part of the episode where he realigns himself as the Doctor and saves the day. It's his hero moment, as much of a hero moment as Ten is allowed, because like we said, he's had missteps along the way recently, and for that to be a character that we're, one, not certain of their identity, and two, means nothing to us as a viewer, like it's not the greatest character. I appreciate what the moment is intended to do. I don't know if it's executed well.
Yeah,
is my feeling.
Whatever. Let's move on. He shoots the magic box. They go back into Time Lord, back into hell, whatever.
Yeah. Rassilon's activated his slow gun killing setting.
Yeah, he's like, "You die with me, Doctor," and
then
very slowly. Which is quite funny.
Yeah.
But then we get a callback to a line which was said 30 seconds ago.
Do you know what? Right, none of you can see this, right? But me and Nathan obviously record these. We see each other's faces. It just helps with the conversational flow, right? And Nathan was really proud of that, right? He wanted to get that dig out so much. He sat there and he was like, we get that callback to, 30 seconds ago, and he had a little smirk, a little shit-eating smirk on his face.
Am I wrong?
No, you're not. You're not wrong. I hate your execution. You smug bastard.
I earned that. I like it.
You've waited 4 seasons.
No, but I actually do quite like this moment, though. All jokes aside, I actually, it's cheesy. It's a bit much, but I do kind of like the Master kind of like, "You did this to me," as he's like shooting his Sith lightning at the Rassilon and going back into hell. I guess I just like that the Master saved the Doctor. Really, I always like that kind of idea. Really,
I also like that there's an element of it that's like, the Master does save the Doctor, and that is the thing between them that will never be said.
Yeah,
what the front of it is. And I think there's an element of truth to it in the Master's perspective, is, no, if anyone's killing the Doctor, it's not this prick. I fucking hate this prick.
Yeah.
I'm killing him.
Yeah, no one's allowed to kill the Doctor. Only I can do that.
Yeah, exactly. Is one of your favourite parts about this moment, as you just said, you really like this moment, is one of your favourite parts the incredibly poorly mixed music transition that gets really loud? It is quite poor.
Yeah, it really just comes in there, doesn't it? It really just like, it's like someone just quickly just turned up the dial, just like pushed up that slider on the mixing board, and it's just.
And the other one comes to a stop, like an abrupt halt, at not a satisfying point. It goes, "Get out of the way!"
That happens quite a bit in Doctor Who. Really.
It does, but this is an egregious case of it. I think
it is.
But yeah, do you know what? And I will say this, right? For this episode's flaws and this two-parter's flaws, it sounds like I'm wrapping up. I'm not. I think Russell, as a showrunner and a writer, was quite measured here. Bringing the Time Lords back is a big fucking deal. A very big fucking deal. And the fact that the Time Lords make it back to Earth, right, or make it to Earth, and they barely get a foot through the door before the problem is resolved, it keeps them at a reasonable threat level. Yeah. Right? Like, it keeps them this horrifying entity that should maintain their threat level, right? Like, you don't want a whole episode where the Time Lords are running rampant, going crazy, killing people on Earth, the Time War's on Earth, and the Doctor can solve that, right? If this had gone much further, the Doctor couldn't have solved it, and that was the point. It needed to end here and now, or the Earth is fucked, Definitely. So I will say that I like that. If you're bring them back, but don't weaken them to make the story work.
No, you're right, 100%.
Yeah.
But they go back into Gallifrey. They go back into Hell with the Master. So Master's back into the Time War, I guess. And then that's it. It's over. The Doctor survived. It's all fine. Everything's wrapping up. The Doctor himself, he can't believe it. He's like, fucking hell, I survived. What the hell's going to happen?
Oh no.
I tell you what, this blew my fucking mind the first time I saw this.
Right?
Like,
yeah.
I like, as critical as I have been over Russell and this story in general, I'll give it to the man. This is good.
This is good shit right there.
This is good, okay? No one saw this coming, all right? So well fucking hinted at, just a tiny bit with the little box earlier, the little box moment when he goes to help out the guy, so well set up in a way that makes sense, but it's never been a thing like, oh, it's definitely Wilf who knocks 4 times. And
you forget he's in the room.
You were 100. The Doctor forgets. Fucking everyone forgets, and you even forget it's a regeneration episode. Yeah. You forget that David Tennant's leaving for just a moment. You buy into it. The day is saved. He hasn't died. You're like, fuck yeah, this is sick. And then it all comes crashing down. And I just fucking love the way the music slowly drowns out. It's that slow kind of on the music as realization sets in. The smile on the Doctor's face drops and it's just drained as we hear those 4 knocks. And again, they come in and they do a really good thing where, like, the camera pans around and we see Wilf kind of just out of focus in the background, just knocking on the glass. Yeah. And then the Doctor's just like, just defeated look of resignation as he just realised what's happening. Yeah. It's good. It's very good stuff, this is.
So I was excited to get to this specific shot, right? And I don't know whether it is because Confidential kind of go into how they achieved it. And, like, it's not a complicated shot. It's just the information you are drip-fed is fucking phenomenal. Like, it's directed within an inch of its life, and it's brilliant, right? This is one of my favourite shots ever committed to film, right? It's genuinely, I just find it, the performance in it is fucking magnetic. Like, Tennant's eyes, like, that man is on a different planet sometimes. Like, some of the stuff that he can do, the fact that Wilf is out of focus, because Wilf is the focus of the shot. He's the sound of the knocking. The Wilf is the reveal. But we don't care that it's Wilf. No. We care what it means, and we stay on the Doctor in focus, and just even like outside of me gushing over the fucking, like, actual practicality of the shot, right? Like, it's so rich that this is it. right? The 10th Doctor, and we will get to this further on in the episode, right? But, like, the 10th Doctor doesn't deserve to die a hero, right? He's fucked up so many times.
Yeah.
Right? And also, most notably, had some real run of stinky moments from him, right? I love that the cause of his death in this moment, right, or the thing that kills him, he doesn't stop the Time Lords becoming gas or whatever. He doesn't stop the Master. That problem just goes away. He doesn't get to be the hero. What he has to do is realign himself with what the Doctor should always do. And that's put the life of one single person over his own.
If I may, you're coming in a little too early. Because
yes, I know.
The decision has not been made yet. The Doctor's got some wrestling to do, first of all.
I know.
Okay.
I know. Right, I'm sorry. This is where I'm 13 again, right? Okay, like from the right. I should say this as a disclaimer. From this point on in the episode, you will not get a composed Lawrence. I'm incredibly biased, right? Everything from this point on is pure gold for me.
Oh,
Pure
you're not going to like my
I know,
stuff.
I know I'm not, but I this is why I texted you earlier. I'm excited because I genuinely really want to talk about it.
All right. Well, we have 20 minutes to do so. Okay, let me say, I like that it's Wilf, all right?
Yeah.
I love the twist and the reveal that it's Wilf who is the root of this prophecy, who is the one who ultimately causes the Doctor's demise. I love that. I think it's great. What I struggle with is the Doctor's reaction to it. Okay. Mm-hmm. And I understand. Okay. I can completely understand he's not thrilled about the fact that he's about to die. Okay.
Yeah.
He's had a short life. I understand that. You know, we joke about it. He has had the shortest lifespan of all the Doctors and stuff. And it's come at a point where he's just had this big victory and it was just immediately snatched away from him. Okay. From the Doctor's point of view, I understand that. It just does not seem like the Doctor to me. And no disclaimer, fucking phenomenal performance from DT.
Yeah. No
phenomenal performance all throughout this scene. Okay, but it just does not feel like the Doctor to me. Mm-hmm. Having these moments where he's like Will says, "Just leave me," and he goes, "All right, yeah, Will." You know, look at you, not even fucking remotely important, but me, I can do so much more in all this stuff. Again, great performance, but in terms of the Doctor itself, it feels to me too out of character.
Okay,
and also it also leads into my bigger issue with this episode and this regeneration in general, which is the disservice they did to the next era. I think as well. I think you're really setting Matt Smith up for failure with the start of this. It's from this point, it's just so much like. I'm going to get into this more once we get to the regeneration stuff, but
yeah. Let's park the disservice to the next era stuff for a sec.
Yes. It just feels a bit too out of character for the Doctor to me. Again, that being said, I like it. I like the performance. I fucking love seeing David Tennant. And I do get emotional watching it. I do fucking get caught up in it. And I do cry watching him go through all that and reason with it. And I do like that he does come to terms with it and all this sort of stuff. And I have noticed about that in a second. But this moment of reasoning, I don't know. I have mixed feelings about it.
And they're valid, right? You're absolutely right. It is designed to be an out of character moment. This is supposed to shock you, right? And the reasons I like it, and again, not to discredit what you're saying at all, because it's open to interpretation, and some people have a very specific idea of what the Doctor should be, and that can be fluid, whilst maintaining in certain things, in certain boundaries that shouldn't be crossed, and that's completely fair. What I like about this is that, and Russell talks about this a bit on Confidential, he kind of clarifies some of his thoughts, is that this is like regeneration is a death. And it's always felt like a continuation, but it is a death. And I think you get that later on in the regeneration, the sheer tonal whiplash from one man crying and the other one jumping up and down in excitement, right? It's a death. Every part of 10 at that point is gone. And you can clearly see that. What I like about this specific moment is that the wall slips. It slips a little bit again. He's won. The day is saved, right? And then he gets the rug pulled out from underneath him with Wilf being revealed as the Four Knocks prophecy, right?
Yeah.
And he kicks and screams because that's what 10 does. When 10 is under stress, he either, like you said, goes non-verbal, completely shuts down, or he has a rage against the world for not being fair, right? And there's this tiny moment in David Tennant's performance here, which, like you said, again, is fucking unbelievable, right? He kicks and he screams, look at you, you're not remotely important, but me, I could do so much more. And the entire episode has been telling us that when a Time Lord goes for too long, they become expectant and egotistical, and they need to die. They should have a fresh start. The purpose of regeneration should be, like, at least in 10's case, to wash away the sins and give him a fresh go. Because 10 at this point is irredeemable. And I think it's helpful to see him in that light. See that there is an ugliness to his personality because he's grown too bitter. Like, he's lost too much. And I love that it comes out of him, and then that tiny moment in 10's performance where he goes, oh, live too long. And then he suddenly just brings himself right back down to earth again. It's a mini monologue in itself. When he hears back what he's saying, he goes, this sounds like the exact prick I just was about to shoot. And he scares himself, I think. And I understand that is a shock. Like, it is something we're not used to seeing from the Doctor. But I'm always I've said it so many times, I'll always go for a big swing and a miss. And I think this is a big swing and a hit for me. But I can understand why people necessarily don't warm to it.
I'll talk more about it in the regeneration itself.
Yeah, sure.
What I do like, though, is, yes, I do like that moment where he accepts it. I love it. In fact, I love that, Wilfred, the roles have been reversed. Wilfred's begging him not to,
Yeah.
And he's like, it's my honor. Because of course he's going to. Of course. He's not going to. There was no part of him where he would just leave Wilf there.
If he walks away, I'm completely with you. I'm taking up arms against this thing.
And you was touching on this a little bit before, but something I love about this scene is this is the final, the finale of the 10th Doctor. We've had this big epic showdown with the Master and Time Lords returning in Gallifrey, almost destroying Earth, but none of that was what finished him off, It's something so fucking simple and ordinary as helping out one old man, And the acceptance of that, and the fact that the Doctor, who is someone who will give up his life for one single person, Doctor Who magic, okay?
Right there, yes, exactly.
Doctor Who magic, okay?
Yeah.
The kindness and the selflessness, that is something that should always be celebrated about Doctor Who. And in that moment, that's who the Doctor is, and that's what I love about that scene.
So, yeah, it sounds like I think we both are appreciating the same thing about what the scene shows us. It's just you would have rather the execution be different in some regards to the freak out and the tantrum.
I'll talk more in the regeneration.
Okay, all right. Look, before we move on very quickly from this bit, I was obviously about 12, 13 when this came out, and I was there watching it. This was when I was no longer a passive enjoyer. I was locked in every day, or every Saturday night watching Doctor Who at this point. And I knew Matt Smith was coming. I watched Confidential. Like I'd known the look of Matt Smith. I still remember his kind of very gothic photo shoot that was on the newspaper covers.
Very emo shoot, yeah.
Yeah, of the TARDIS in the back alley on a night out. Like, you get the sense someone's eating a kebab in there drunk. But yeah, and there's the shot where 10 succumbs to the radiation. He falls into the fetal position, right? And I know Matt Smith. He's got beautiful brown locks. And when he's running his fingers through the back of his hair, did we have the same moment?
I think we did.
Oh my God.
When I watched this, when I was younger, and I've got the note as well.
Yeah.
I thought he'd regenerated.
I thought so too. I thought when he turned his head, it was going to be Matt Smith.
Because it lingers on him for quite a while.
Yeah.
It lingers on the back of his head for an uncomfortably long amount of time.
Yeah.
So I was convinced when I was younger for a second that when he popped his head back up, it would be Matt Smith.
Yeah.
I was fucking convinced.
I was too. I mean, I'm glad it wasn't. In like as an adult, I'm like, that would have been really unsatisfying.
It really would have, yeah.
But no, and also up to that point, I was aware that it feels like it should have been more, but we've only seen the Doctor regenerate once in the revival era.
Yeah.
Right, up until this point. So I'm sat there thinking, every time the Doctor regenerates, it's been different so far.
Meta Crisis.
Yeah, I know. There's been they've used the golden flame a few times. I get that.
Yeah.
But I was thinking, it's still within them to not set the standard here. Like
they can still change
different.
it, Yeah, of course
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's so cool, man. Yeah. That's so cool that we had the exact same thought.
I like that. Yeah. But yeah, the regeneration process has started. Like him and Wilf are out of the box, and he kind of just wipes all his scars away.
Yeah.
And Wilf is like, "Oh wow, you're fine. You're all right." He doesn't get it. He doesn't understand.
No. Yeah. And 10's non-verbal again. He's like, "Yep."
Yeah,
sure.
10's non-verbal. It's just like whatever, man. Yeah. But there we go. So he quickly takes Wilf home. We get a quick check-in with Donna. She's safe and sound and all that sort of stuff, which is good. He drops Wilf off, and then he goes off to get his reward. And so begins the farewell tour, as it were.
Look, quickly before we leave Donna, what I'll say is, I know the Donna stuff in this episode's a bit silly, and it's purely there to have Catherine Tate be there. And, they've got Wilf. It'd be weird to see Wilf without Donna. What I like in this is the some bad memories zapped her out, and Sean can't wake her up. Sylvia and Sean are over her going, should we call 911 or 999?
Yeah.
Forgot where I was located for a minute.
Yeah. You've been watching too many movies.
I have.
You've been watching too many of those Hollywood blockbusters.
I can't stop myself. I like to think of it as the bad memories zapped her out, and the sound of the TARDIS wakes her up. It brings her back. Yeah. It's just that's a good memory, and it's brought her back onto this plane of existence again.
Yeah.
My own little headcanon, I don't know, but I quite like it.
Okay. Sweet. Yeah. No, I like that. It's quite sweet.
Yeah.
So the farewell tour begins, all right? And we start off with Martha and Mickey.
Oh, no.
Smith and Jones.
Yep, we got it.
Smith and Jones, Lawrence.
Right, we've spoken about this, but for the grace of the listeners, where do you live with this? Where do you stand?
Mixed feelings, like a lot. And may I remind you, you said the rest of this episode was golden.
Fuck no!
Just so you're aware.
I've got to stick with it. Hang on, let me find out a way to like this. One sec.
No, mixed feelings. I love Martha, all right? We know this. It's great to see Martha. She's looking good. She's got her hair in braids, and it's a good look for her.
Yeah, she's looking cool.
She's fighting a Sontaran with Mickey, and it seems like good fun. And Mickey's like, this is no place for a married woman. And I'm like, all right, seems a bit weird, but okay.
You're damn right.
Martha's
Tom Milligan, what would he say? Wait, what?
But then Martha hits him back with, well, you should have married me then. And I'm like, whoa. Reveal.
Yeah, big reveal.
And then I think about it, and I'm like, should we address that big elephant in the room? Or
let me give you my optimistic and my pessimistic reading of this.
Okay, yes. And I would love your optimistic reading, because any optimistic reading of this I will take, okay?
Yes.
I will absolutely take. And I hope it's what was intended, okay?
I hope so too. I don't think so, but I hope so.
No.
My optimistic read of it is these two characters were woefully underappreciated by the Doctor in their travelling day. And once you have travelled with the Doctor, as Torchwood shows us to a degree, it can be quite problematic and hard to find happiness in a relationship that don't understand that circumstance, right? Don't understand that if the Doctor shows up again, you're probably going to go and risk your life to do something crazy, right?
Yeah.
I like that these two have settled down together and not settled down, by the way, like carried on the good fight, obviously.
Gone independent. It's not Torchwood, it's not Unit, it's their own thing.
It's their own thing. I like that.
Smith and Jones fighting Sontarans in a wasteland or whatever.
Yeah, and the two people that I know less so with Martha, but and Mickey was mainly a punchline, but the two people that the Doctor trusted the least to handle their shit up until certain points as companions or members of a TARDIS team, they are proving him wrong on the daily basis by handling the shit that he's ignoring and letting slip through the cracks. I like that read of it. The pessimistic view is that they're the two black characters, and therefore
it's not even just that. It's not even just that though. It's like it's the two black characters who were woefully mistreated by their white partners and horribly just cast aside for someone else, for the same person in each parent, and they're each other's consolation prize. Really,
yeah. It's
I don't know. It makes me feel icky. You know?
Does. And look, they seem happy.
They seem happy, and this is why I have mixed feelings about it. Because if there's no fucking racist intention behind it, whether subconscious or not, I genuinely hope that is the case.
I hope that it's just because realistically, they're the two characters that are pairable, right? Because when you look at like everyone else is busy or doing stuff, like Jack, they're not going to settle down Jack, right? Rose isn't anywhere to be seen; she's in a parallel Earth, right? Like, who are the other like big hitters? Donna can't remember anything, and she's obviously with Sean.
Yeah.
Like, they are the companions that if you want to tie up a loose end and you've got time for one scene, it makes sense to pair them together. But this is the thing that also baffles me. Two people can do a job and be mates. Like, they didn't have to be married.
They can, yeah. And Martha was already married, you know?
Yeah. Or engaged. Did she ever marry Tom Milligan?
Oh, yeah, no, yeah. She was engaged, yeah. She wasn't...
Yeah.
We don't know if she ever got married. Probably not.
And he was strong, by her own admission.
Sure. Whatever that means.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. But good to see Martha, good to see Mickey. Again, Sontaran was very horny and licking his lips and stuff. And also, what the fuck is the Doctor doing as well? Again, non-verbal. And just give it, just... it's not like a fucking... This isn't a nice reunion, is it? This isn't a nice fucking farewell. It's like, I'm just staring darkly at them from a distance.
It feels like an omen, if anything.
It does. It feels terrifying, you know?
Look, it's dramatic, and they all know that they're in Doctor Who, right?
It's true.
At this point.
Yeah.
This farewell tour is very much... Everyone somehow knows, all right, goodbye, Doctor.
Yeah, I think everyone sort of gets that sense. And speaking of which, next up we have Soda Pop Boy.
My note says Soda Pop Boy.
He's crossing the road. He's not looking where he's going because he's too busy thinking about all these soda pops he's going to drink or whatever.
Yeah, he's like, I can't wait to get home and drink some Bane juice, he says. Yum, 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 yum.
And he's not looking, and the Doctor saves him from getting hit by a Ford Fiesta or whatever. Yeah. So good for him.
Going quicker than the car that killed Pete, I will say, which is good. They finally worked out what speed a car needs to go to kill someone.
Well done, Doctor Who, you did it. And then he goes and gets Sarah and says, "Oh, this is the Doctor" or whatever. Gives her a little wave. I like the wave.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little. It's not as intense as like Martha and Mickey's like death stare from across the road or whatever. It's a little bit softer. It's a little bit. I'm dying. So yeah.
Sarah Jane. I think this is the thing with Sarah Jane as well. Like their dynamic, it was addressed in School Reunion and everything. But like that they are a pair of friends where the Doctor is known for leaving.
Yeah.
If he's there. He's there and he's going to say goodbye. And the fact that he doesn't really say a word to her and gives her that look, she knows Gallifrey. She knows the Time Lord's history from classic adventures, right? Like I think there's a lot. It's the most effective unspoken goodbye, I think, because she's the only one that would really understand if the Doctor's there, he's looking that stoic. This is probably curtains for their relationship.
And I will say, it is confirmed as well that she knows that it? Yeah, it is, because there's the Sarah Jane Adventures episode, The Death of the Doctor, where it's Matt Smith who meets Sarah Jane.
Oh, right.
So later in the Doctor's life. And they do touch upon this moment. And, you know, she does say that, like, I knew at that point that you was off to become whoever you are now or whatever. Yeah. And actually, the Doctor there, he actually reveals a little bit of information that... It wasn't just the 10th Doctor's companions that he went back and saw. He saw everyone. He went back and saw all of them.
Oh, really? That's nice.
Yeah. So all the classic companions as well.
Didn't have the budget for that one, though.
Didn't have the budget, no. Couldn't get the cast back. Yeah.
Bit of lip services. Okay, cool. Right.
But yeah.
Randy Jack is at the Star Wars Cantina.
Randy Jack is at the Mos Eisley Cantina. Yeah. Yes. And everyone's here. We've got a Slovene. They're back. We've got a
Prop
Jadoon.
department's just handing out costumes to extras. Go on, get that on you.
We got a Slovene, we got a Jadoon, we got an adipose, we've even got a Grask, Lawrence. There's a Grask on the loose. A Grask who, this is actually their first appearance on Doctor Who.
Which is insane because they live in my mind.
Insane. I know. We've all played Attack of the Grask, all right? We all know.
We all played Attack of the Grask, then forgot we played it, then went, was that a Christmas special? And then went and looked, and then it wasn't, and we were like, what the fuck is going on? Yeah.
We all remember. And also, I don't know if you know this, but the song is Put the Devil in Me.
I did know that, yes. Yeah.
Yes.
It's good to see that her ass has stood the test of time.
Yes, it is good, yes. But yeah, Jack's at the Mos Eisley Cantina, and he's going to have sex with Alonso, so that's good.
Good on him.
Alonso's back. Yeah, fair enough. Go nuts. There you go.
Literally.
Yeah.
That's my understanding of how gay people have sex.
Well done, Lawrence.
Thank you.
The Doctor finds himself in a W.H. Smith's, I guess. He's gone to a book signing. Interesting little tidbit. The granddaughter of Nurse Redford, Joan Redford, is called Verity Newman.
Yes.
Do you know why that's notable, Lawrence?
Yeah, Verity and Newman are the first name and surname of two separate producers or directors, right? Sidney Newman and Verity something.
Verity Lambert.
That's it, yeah.
Yes.
I've seen An Adventure in Space and Time.
Well done.
Because you told me to watch it.
I did, yes. Well done. And you did, and we talked about it.
We did.
She's... It seems weird that she's just selling this book, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. It seems private, and when we saw this relationship, it didn't seem like a high point for her grandmother's life.
No. But hey, she was happy in the end.
She was right. Is it possible? And this is a question I was excited to ask you. Right?
Okay.
Is it possible for it to be what I perceive as the most emotionally resonant outing on the Goodbye Tour, whilst also being the stupidest? Because it's great, but it's also stupid.
It's not the most emotionally resonant. I'd say that would be The Last Stop, but
I don't count that as the victory lap, though. Like that's more a scene of goodbye to Wilf, the companion of the episode, isn't it?
No. The Last Stop.
Oh yes, yeah. With you.
Yes. No, I see what you're saying, because it is emotionally resonant. There's something about the way that this woman, Verity's granddaughter, Nurse Redford's granddaughter, asks him if he was happy, and he, again, non-verbal, but just has that look and almost like a laugh on his face, like it's a ridiculous question sort of thing.
How could I be?
Yeah, exactly.
By
the way, she doesn't write in that book.
What she
doesn't write in that book.
Oh, she doesn't sign it.
No, she does. If you watch it closely, watch it again, she's just hovering the pen over that paper. You can clearly see that she is not writing anything, and then you can clearly see a blank page as she turns it around. It's very funny.
What I did quite like about this scene, that's funny, I didn't know that. What I did quite like about that little outing on the Goodbye Tour was it shows us a little bit of who Ten is, right? You have a time machine. The granddaughter is not the one you owe this goodbye apology to.
Yeah.
Go and visit the real woman. But I know she doesn't want to see you, but it's a coward. It's a coward cop-out, I think.
Yeah, it is a bit, but that's him. Donna's wedding is the next stop. Mm-hmm. A little bit down the line, it seems. A few months down the line, perhaps. Donna and Sean's wedding.
Yeah. And Wilf still doesn't get it. He's like, see, I told you you'd be fine.
Yeah. Wilf still hasn't grasped the concept of time travel.
He's like, it was 5 minutes ago for me. I've just gone out, done some waves, I've done the laps, and now I'm back. Yeah.
Yeah. bless it. And he never will, I guess, because the next time, well, you know.
We'll get there.
Yeah, we'll get there.
We'll take the long way round.
We will, trust me.
Yeah.
But yes.
Minnie's raising up Wilf.
Sorry, I've lost my place here.
I'm going to catch that bouquet.
Oh, yes, Minnie's going to catch the bouquet. All right.
She's horny,
I tell you what. All right, thanks. The borrowing a pound of Jeffrey Noble gets me every fucking time, without fail.
Yeah.
Sylvia's reaction, so heartfelt and so beautiful. And what I love about it as well is, in doing so, this lottery ticket, which whatever, this lottery ticket, it isn't a gift from him; it's a gift from Donna's dad.
Yeah,
which is just her dead dad as well, I might add. It's just the sweetest thing ever, really.
The thing that really gets me about that moment is and it's again a testament to Bernard Crivens, who we haven't spoken about his performance a lot in this episode, but it's up there with DT, right? It matches him, which is an achievement in itself, right? There should be an extra fucking BAFTA or Emmy for matching David Tennant levels.
100%.
But the way he silently mouths thank you when Sylvia starts crying to the doctor, it's like
comforting his daughter.
Yeah, oh man, it just rips my heart clean out. Like,
it's very good. Yeah. And just a sweet moment all around, and of course, you know, there's the famous like Wilf salute and crying.
My
as
personal
the doctor
favorite
leaves.
gift.
Yeah, a good gift. Yeah. Just a nice moment. And then we have the final stop on the farewell tour. And
oh man,
this is the most emotionally resonant one for me, and surprising because, you know, out of all the characters we have, this isn't my favorite on the emotional tour. You know,
no,
but still,
the podcast did some work to rectify
some
of our relationship with Rose.
We like Rose. We do like Rose.
Yeah.
But not my favorite companion of this era at all. That, of course, belongs to my Queen Martha. But still, you know, a very, very emotionally resonant scene. I tell you what, great to see Jackie. You know, she's taken a break off from adventures with Rassilon and Elton. And she's here. What I love is that Rose is like 18, 19 here, and Jackie is the one going out partying on New Year's Eve while Rose goes to bed or whatever. And
it's
Rose
very
is
their
like,
dynamic.
It is, yeah. And Rose is like, don't stay out too late. And Jackie's like, try and stop me. Yeah. It's great. I love Jackie. I love Jackie so much.
She's genuinely incredible, yeah. It's great to see her again. And, like, she didn't need to be there. That's the best thing about it, is they got her back, yeah.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. And it seems like initially the Doctor was just going to watch from afar, really. Just have one final look at Rose, I guess, as she goes off.
He doesn't want to push his luck, because she will recognise him eventually.
Not really.
Well, I know he's got spiky hair.
I don't think she's remembering this, but all right. Especially after everything. True. I think that, yeah, it's just a really nice moment, like when, you know, he grunts a bit in pain because the regeneration is getting closer and closer or whatever, and she like thinks he's drunk or whatever, and he just that moment of 2005. I bet you're gonna have a really great year.
Yeah,
and it's nice, isn't it?
It's sweet. It's nice, and Rose is endeared and not creeped out, which is unrealistic, but. But
I think it's nice and nice. It's not really creepy, is it?
It sounds ominous if you don't know who the guy is.
No, I don't think he does. He just thinks he's gonna have a nice year.
What I like about that moment is that he, like, I've never realized it before. I noticed it today. The Doctor obviously knows exactly what year it is, right? But she goes, like, Rose goes like, yeah, like, Happy New Year, turns to walk off, or like she says something and turns to walk off, and. The first thing that the Doctor can think of to ask is, what year is it? he's got a time machine. He knows exactly what year and day it is, right? But
I don't necessarily think he does.
Oh no, but I like it because even if he isn't like entirely sure, it's just the first question that comes to his mind because Rose starts to turn off and walk away, and he just wants that moment to last a bit longer.
Yeah,
which I love.
That.
Yeah,
I do. Yeah, I get that. I like that. And yeah, just a nice moment, just one final moment between those two. And again, I struggle with their relationship. You know, I'm not a 10 Rose shipper by any means, and you know, I've voiced my criticisms of how Rose's storyline was wrapped up in Journey's End and stuff. Not necessarily the biggest fan of it, but they do have a dynamic and a bond which is undeniable. And it is just good to get one final moment with them.
I completely agree. Yeah, it's a lovely send off, and I like that they managed to get Rose in it without fucking breaking their own continuity for the 18th time.
Yeah, exactly. It would have been very simple, and I'm sure tempting for them to be like, well, Parallel Earth and Meta Crisis and all this sort of shit. But no, they did the simpler and better option, which went back in time to before she met the Doctor.
Yeah, and it's effective. It's bittersweet, which is perfect.
100%. Yeah.
Now, dude, Sigma rocks up, Nathan, and he's like, "I've got a banger for you." Check this shit out. Fucking hot off the fucking tracks from my man Murray Gold himself.
I don't know if that's what he says. But
I think it's along those lines. It might be that, or it might be your song is ending or something.
Well, the Ood will sing to you, Doctor. Will sing you to your sleep, he says.
Lovely, isn't it? I want an Ood to sing me to my sleep when it's my time.
But you'll die.
No, but like...
It's a nice song, though. It's that little... is it Val de Chem?
Yeah, I think it translates to Goodbye 10 or something.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. It's a beautiful piece of music. All right, regeneration. Go
for it. Air out all your woes, and then we'll get to the...
You go first. Talk me through your thoughts on regeneration. Because obviously his final... famous line, I don't want to go, and then he does go.
He does. Right.
Yeah.
What I love about this is he had his moment of acceptance that, live too long, walk towards Wilf, sacrifice himself for Wilf, right? He is, in that moment, reconciling with the shit that he has done and going, it's for how vain 10 is.
I wanted to wrap this up in under 2 hours.
Yeah, it's not. You knew that weren't happening today.
I know.
Look, for how vain 10 has been, right? This is it's a humbling moment for him, and he finally aligns himself within. It's an acknowledgement of I've done wrong, right? He starts to crack that earlier on in the episode with Wilf. I've manipulated people, and worse, I got clever. Like, he starts to realize this, and then when he sees it laid bare in front of himself, when he loses his temper and has a tantrum, he understands. And that's his acceptance of, I'm going to die for this man. That's right. That's what I need to do, right?
Yeah.
And he takes that with him. He gets his reward, what he's owed, right? And look, the Doctor has been a heroic figure for many, right? But like we said, 10 has had some shortcomings. He doesn't deserve a hero send-off, right? But what he does deserve is at least to see the people he loves will be looked after after he's gone, right? He gets in the TARDIS, and he faces his death, right? And by the way, it's important to reframe this regeneration as 10 does not see it as a continuation. I know later regenerations see it as this, I will change, I will adapt, I will become someone new. 10 sees it as, I'm dead, I'm going to die, I will be dead as a doormat in a minute.
And that's what's wrong with it.
And I get it. I completely get why people don't like that. I think it's really interesting.
But I'm in the minority.
Are you in the minority?
100%, yeah. People love this.
Yeah, well, different perspectives of what makes the world interesting, right? Like, there's no problem with people disliking this, right? What I love personally about it is that, the famous last words, I don't want to go, it's the last crack of he faces death, I think, as bravely as 10 can, which is not very. And it's the final crack, and it lets him slip. He's dead. He can't change it, but he doesn't want to die. And the thing I love the most about it is how he doesn't view it as change. He views it as death, and he has to accept it. You can't evade it. You can't outrun it, right? It's just what it is. It's not very defiant, right? It's not standing tall in the face of adversity, right? But this Doctor has guilt and has shame and should have shame for the things that he has done, which is not great. So I don't know. I just think, to me as a viewer, yes, he could be defiant, like every other Doctor before him for the most part, and most Doctors after, right? Or this to me is just a bit narratively more interesting. If 10 face death with bravery, that to me is out of character. That doesn't feel like the 10th Doctor, who is vain and scared of his own demise and mortality. He is the most human Doctor we've seen.
I disagree, because we've seen the 10th Doctor be brave. We've seen he was brave when he accepted the fact that he is going to die and that he is, he will be the one to help Will Fowler-Box and stuff. Silence in the Library, he was very willing to let himself die to save River Song and stuff. This is a characteristic of the Doctor, and it should be one that he is always willing to give himself up for anything, to help even just one person. And that is part of who the Doctor is. Now,
what I'll say very quickly just there.
Yes.
And sorry to interrupt. Just the only thing I would say to that is that's, for the Doctor, there's always a third option, right? There's always a way out of everything. This is the only time... He's dead. He's already dead. He's a walking corpse at this point. This is the only time he's genuinely stared death in the face and has gone, it is an immovable fact that in a minute I will be dead.
I see.
Yeah.
But
go on. I'll let you spew.
I think I'm come at it less from a storytelling perspective and more from a real world, real issues that this caused perspective. And I think I also am a little bit bitter about it as well.
Fair enough. Yeah, go
on. And the reluctance and the reluctance is what I have an issue with. Now, for me, a regeneration, it should be hopeful and optimistic. It should be welcoming in the next Doctor with open arms. It should be a celebration rather than a funeral. All right.
Yeah.
Even down the line with stories and Doctors to come down the line, we do have a regeneration story where the Doctor is reluctant to regenerate, where they don't want to regenerate, but they come to terms with it in the episode, and by the end of it, they do accept it with open arms, which is what should happen. Okay. The Doctor's dying words that he doesn't want to go, it really... And keep in mind, okay, you have to understand the context of the time as well. Unbelievably popular, the 10th Doctor.
Yeah.
Fucking phenomenally popular. People loved, a lot of people, and to this day, a lot of people, this is their Doctor, okay?
Yeah.
It's yours.
Yeah,
and
no,
a lot
fully,
of people is this is their favourite Doctor, okay? And there's just something about, and again, this ties into like the whole scene earlier where he's throwing the tantrum and just like saying how much he doesn't want to die and how his last words being, I don't want to go. I think it gets this narrative in people's minds that he is kind of being forced out of it, which isn't the case, not the case at all, but it creates this narrative, and it automatically gives fucking Stephen Moffat and Matt Smith, it sets them off on the back foot and gives them the biggest fucking fight of their life. They had to do so much work just to get people to stay on board with the show they already loved. Okay?
Yeah.
And a lot of people dropped off after 10. Like, a lot. All right? A lot of people went, well, 10th Doctor's done. I'm not going to bother watching it.
Yeah.
No one can be as good as the 10th Doctor. And I feel like this really played a part in all of that. I feel like Russell really kind of fed those flames of like the 10th Doctor needs to be worshipped by everyone. And I am a little bit bitter about it because Matt Smith also as well, he's the youngest actor to ever play the Doctor.
Yeah.
Still to this day. He was 26 at the time
which
when
is
he took
wild.
over the role, which is fucking insane.
Yeah,
all right?
yeah.
He was 26 years old. he's taken over what is one of the biggest roles in fucking British TV.
From a seasoned vet national treasure as well.
From the most popular fucking actors who have ever played it.
Yeah.
As if he doesn't already have a big enough fight on his hands, he's then been added this layer. And the whole thing just really leaves a bad taste in my mouth. I saw a picture on Twitter recently, which was like all the modern doctors in their final moments. And all of them look so hopeful and ready, apart from one little cunt right in the middle, right?
Yeah.
Apart from just the look of despair and reluctance and whatever on Ten's face, okay?
Yeah.
And like someone captioned it as, wow, Ten was really upset by this. I'm like, yeah, and that's the issue with it. This is what it should not be. Regenerations should always be hopeful. You never ever want to be put in a position where you're setting the next Doctor up for failure. You should always want to make it as easy and as accessible for them as possible. You want to welcome them in with open arms and help the audience come to terms with this person coming in and taking over.
I do agree. I can see exactly what you're saying, right? Because also that's the nature of, unfortunately, the British public and public audiences in general, right? Like you give them... Also, the concept of regeneration is being not reintroduced, but this is the first time the audiences have been able to connect with a new Doctor, right? Like Chris Eccleston, whilst there is a lot of like people going back and rediscovering why he was brilliant, right? There are people to this day that still say like, "I'll just skip the Ninth Doctor, you don't really need it." Right, and that's horrendous anyway in itself. But this is the first time that a Doctor has been long-serving enough for people to get really invested. They know that their Saturday nights of a certain portion of a year are going to be filled with a familiar face doing a show that they love, right? And I totally take your point that having him say, "I don't want to go," can be perceived as this almost like... people seeing that as David Tennant is being forced out, Russell T is being forced out of this thing, right? But like, I think at a point there's a part of me that's being facetious because I know you're not saying this directly, but I just want to get the point out, is that as a showrunner and a storyteller and an actor, right, you can't sacrifice what I think is the integrity of the character to make a point. For me, Ten facing death in defiant bravery after everything we've seen would be a betrayal of what I think that his Doctor, his incarnation would be. And I think to gear it towards people that say like, "Oh, well, I don't want David Tennant to leave. I don't think David Tennant should leave." That's moronic. His contract had ended and he opted out. So did Russell T Davies. Like they weren't... I see why people can think that they're like kind of shutting their door on the way out. But people were going to drop off anyway. That's the nature of people's viewing habits. When their familiarity ends, they're scared of change.
But they didn't make it easier on them. They made it worse. And also what you're saying about like the 10th Doctor, like shouldn't, to you it would be a betrayal of his character for him to bravely defy regeneration or whatever. That's not what I'm saying. He doesn't have to be like, yeah, I'm ready to go. He just has to come to terms with it. He just has to accept it and be willing, okay? He doesn't have to be the biggest fucking fan and fucking, and celebrate it and fucking throw a party because he's about to regenerate, all right?
Yeah.
He just needs to come to terms with it. His final lines being, "I don't want to go," it's just so...
But that's character, though. Like, there's no subtext of Russell T Davies being like, "They're forcing me out."
No, I know, and I'm not saying that. I'm saying that's a byproduct. That's a result of what happened. That's a unintended side effect of the situation. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it helps the situation, but it is an unintended side effect. But yeah, the reluctance is not something I enjoy. I don't think the only way you can do a 10th Doctor regeneration is by have him is by having him be scared and reluctant and not wanting to do it. We've seen, you know, that's not Ten's entire character. It's part of it, yes, absolutely, but it's not his defining character trait at all. All right, there are so much more, many layers to this character. He's a very well-rounded character. There's a lot of different aspects to him, and to say this is the only way he can face regeneration, I just disagree with. I don't think that's the case.
That's fair. Look, and like I said earlier, that is totally fair. Like, it's just, we're coming at it from obviously different perspectives. So there's this, for me, what I like specifically about this regeneration is that it's not an extension of himself. It's an end. And I think, like I said earlier, I kind of teased it a little bit earlier, but like, I think the regeneration shows that clearly in Matt Smith's incredible first moments. Like, we'll get there in just 1 second, but the guy fucking gets it immediately, right? Like, it's such a tonal shift, and that just echoes the point that it's, you know, it might not be death, but it feels like dying, because all the sadness of 10 is gone immediately, and in straight we jump in both feet with a fucking new Doctor, a new story, a new feeling, a new tone. Everything changes, and whilst I appreciate that is like it's abnormal, it's different, it's a different approach to see. I think that saying a regeneration should always be hopeful limits the narrative potential for what could happen. And look, it's not always going to be great. Like I do totally take your point of like, they're kind of by proxy, they're not intending to, but they're making it harder for the next team. But I think that like the team are up to the challenge, and to kind of play down the story they wanted to tell so that the team would have an easier run at it, it would kind of, it's almost like looking down at the ability of Matt Smith and Stephen Moffat, who also, by the way, like, we'll get there next week, but they hit the ground fucking running. One of my favorite episodes next week.
I don't think it limits the story at all. I think
but it does necessarily, because you're saying it has to be one thing. It has to be hopeful. It can't have a different feeling to it ever. That's by way of saying a limitation.
All right, yeah, fair enough. I guess it does limit it then. But I don't. But that's because that's what I think a regeneration should be, though.
Yeah,
like having the show's called Doctor Who. All right, we're following the Doctor. All right. The Doctor is our main character. The Doctor is our main character, and I don't know. It leaves such a bad taste in my mouth to end one incarnation of this character on such a downtrodden note. You know, I think it's a disservice to the character, if I'm being honest. A disservice to both this incarnation and the next. I think
they're both happy with their endings, though. Like, they're, as in, Tennant was very chuffed with his ending.
I know, and he did a great job. Again, not knocking the performance at all.
Yeah.
He did a great job. I just, myself, and again, me personally, the whole thing just does not sit right with me. Just I don't know. I guess it is limiting. I guess it is, but it's just one of those things in Doctor Who where it should be this way, you know. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be like just like I don't want a shock regeneration, because that's not what a regeneration should be to me. I don't want a downtrodden dark regeneration or whatever. I don't want that. That's
Fair
not
enough.
something. For me, that's not interesting. For me, the interesting part of Doctor Who is seeing the change and seeing the Doctor come to terms with it and seeing them welcome it and that sort of stuff. Having a really like downtrodden and dark regeneration, for me, that would be the betrayal of the character.
And like I said, variety is the spice of life, right? These things are interesting because you can see them in different ways, and if that's what it means to you, and that's fine, and it means something different to me, and that's like. It's what,
but yours is wrong.
No, what I'm saying is it's down to preference, right? Like this show is fundamentally about change, and I think that in itself, for me, a show about change shouldn't have a rule book about what the ending for each incarnation should have to be. because it should introduce and welcome new ideas. And I get that has unintended
but
consequences.
But can you not see that it's so fucking gloomy?
Yeah, but I love that. That's the 10th Doctor to me.
But why?
I don't have to walk. This is why, again, I'll watch movies that you'll watch and you'll be like, that's miserable. And I'm like, fucking brilliant. That's the meat that I love in a story.
No, I love a bit of misery, all right? Yeah. I do love a fucking miserable story, don't get me wrong.
It was like the 10th Doctor should have had a party hat on while he regenerated.
I don't need everything to be fucking happy and miserable all the time, but I do get what you're saying. It's just such a specific circumstance, and just I'm looking forward for regenerations to come. One in particular, because they're such beautiful moments, and this just really doesn't match up to it. It just feels so much lesser, and it's miserable. It's just sad.
I don't dislike
it just feels like it just feels like Russell was like, I want to make them all cry, and that's it. All right, without any really further thought into it. To me,
no, I think that's wrong. I don't think it's. I get that you don't like it and you're not a fan of it, but to say there's no thought put into it, like, you have to be thinking. This is a very conscious choice to change the model of this, what this idea represents to so many people. There's no way he went into it going, reckon I'll just do this. Like, it was thought out. There's parts of Confidential you can see them discussing what emotional take to use to convey the right tone that they want to make. Like,
and I do like that, and I do think they chose the right option.
Yeah.
Fucking hell, if it was the last one, I'd kill myself.
Yeah, that would have been too much. I will agree.
That was frankly too much. Yeah, it just leaves a bad taste in my mouth. I don't like it.
That's fine.
It is an emotional moment, and again, David Tennant plays it very well, and never once am I knocking his performance for anything here, because it is always phenomenal. But it's just. It doesn't sit right with me, and in terms of regenerations to come. And in terms of regenerations overall, my least favorite.
Really, of all of them?
Yeah. Because of this, because it leaves such a bad taste in my mouth.
Fair enough. I cannot say I agree. Obviously.
Well, we'll see. We'll get there.
We will get there. We'll get there eventually. All right. Let's not. There's still a massive part of the regeneration we haven't delved into.
But right. David Tennant's gone. Bye.
David Tennant is gone.
That's it. It's over.
Fucking feels weird, right? Like,
it does, yeah. We're onto a new era.
Out of curiosity, watching this, right? And I guess it's different for me because you've just revealed your feelings to it. So I guess you never really emotionally, like, it never hit you. It never struck you the same way it struck me because you were thinking about other things as well, like not liking it and how it affected the next era and everything else.
All those feelings came very much later.
Okay, all right. Well, then, did this bring back watching this? Because it's been a while since I've watched this run start to finish, right? Did you kind of feel like back in 2009, like, oh, this Doctor's gone now, time for a different one? Because like I said, the audience, this is the first time that in this podcast Rewatch we've had time to stick with a Doctor for a long time.
I tell you what, in 2009, I remember very specifically crying my eyes out at the regeneration. Yeah. I was crying quite a lot. It is very emotional, and I was crying. Like, as soon as he said I don't want to go, I did start fucking bawling, and bawled all the way through the regeneration, right up until this funny little man appeared in front of me.
Yeah.
I was so instantly charmed. I was like, I remember specifically tears streaking down my face, being an absolute fucking mess, and just going, oh.
Yeah.
Like,
he's the instant
just
antidote,
being so
right?
charmed. He's so good, man.
Yeah.
Matt Smith is fucking phenomenal. Again, youngest actor to ever take on the role. To this day, still the youngest actor, unless you count like the kid versions and whatever. But no,
but to be the Doctor, the reigning Doctor, yeah.
Yeah, to properly play the Doctor, the youngest actor to ever do it. And right from this opening scene, fucking steals. Well, he's the only person in the show, but steals the show. and he's so good. And of course, what are his first words, Lawrence? I can't believe you referenced our podcast.
It's wild, right? The forethought is incredible. Yeah. All right.
I cheered, Lawrence. I cheered. I tell you what, no, actually, I cheered before that. I say I was crying throughout Ten's regeneration. I was actually cheering when the TARDIS started exploding and blowing up.
No, you went past it. We're on Matt Smith now. You're done.
Finally, destroy that bitch.
Side point. David Tennant, the confidential reveals, it's such a great insight. Such a good behind-the-scenes making of kind of formatting. But, like, David Tennant's got fucking, like, he's got some brass balls on the man. Standing with all the firemen ready to extinguish a national treasure if he went up, right? Like he
had to stand perfectly still whilst everything just blew up around
in
him.
a T-pose with stuff out flying towards him. Yeah, brilliant work.
Very fun.
No, look, right. My note verbatim reads: Matt Smith gets it immediately. An introduction to him, energy to spare, manic to no end, joyous. It feels exactly like a new Doctor should feel, which is a breath of new life. Right, in this one performance, in 20 seconds of Matt Smith.
Hold on. That was your note. My note is legs. I've still got legs. Yay.
Oh, no, my next note is still got legs. Lol. So there's that.
Okay.
Look. It's just it's one of them things, right? That he just captures it in me. I think this about so many actors.
He does.
You've either got the Doctor in you or you haven't. And like Matt Smith, like I don't know what he was doing, practicing in the mirror in his home, right, before he got to set, in his dressing room, whatever. But he got there on set and he fucking understood it immediately, how to capture. I'm the Doctor. I'm immediately the Doctor. That man that was the Doctor a minute ago, you've forgotten him already. I'm the Doctor now.
Yeah.
What a fucking performance.
He's a girl. No. He's not a girl.
Does he seem posher? Because he's like, I'm still not ginger.
I think you're putting that on.
No, I think he does it.
No, I don't think so. No.
Editing Nathan, play it now.
I'll go to the tape right now. I'm not hearing it.
And look, I think he sounds like a little bit of a posho, but...
I think he sounds like Matt Smith. But, all right.
All right. Your first thoughts, Nathan, on the 11th Doctor?
Excited.
Yes.
Excited for all this year to come. This is my Doctor right here.
Yeah, so we're now in Nathan's time.
We're now in my time to shine. Right? Matt Smith is my favourite Doctor. He's just... I can't obviously say too much, but he just has he's such a gifted performer, and he has a really, really incredible way of playing the age of the Doctor, which, again, for the youngest actor to ever do it, is very impressive. With Matt Smith, you really get a sense of the age of the Time Lord, which is quite good. He's brilliant, and I'm really excited to go through and see this era. No.
I'm excited for speeches. You want a Doctor Who speech, you go to Matt Smith. That's just the rule.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Get ready for Murray to blast off I Am the Doctor as it comes through. It's an exciting time. Lawrence, I have a question for you.
All right, please.
All right. This was your era, all right?
Yeah.
And it's now come to a close, all right?
Okay.
The Russell era, your favourite showrunner, your favourite Doctor, Series 4, your favourite companion, I think.
Yeah.
So all of this has now come to a close where post RTD1, has any of your feelings on it changed after this rewatch?
Yes and no. I think
Coward.
No, I think watching this for the first time, I feel like I've watched this era again for the first time as an adult, right? And some things have helped, because I've watched it with a critical eye to talk about things for the first time, rather than just turn on nostalgia goggles and, eat lunch while watching it, right? This era for the show, to me, it's defined by its silliness and its sincerity. And I think that it has always achieved both of those things. There are episodes that we've revisited and I've gone, that was dumber than I remembered. Right. But and then also I think it's made me appreciate good writing and better storytelling, because there are some dumb I appreciate. There's some dumb I can get behind, and then there's other dumb, like last week, that I'm like, oh, watching this with an adult brain hurts a bit because this is not good. So yeah, I think all in all, my feelings on it remain the same, if not a little bit like changed with regards to I misremembered some things. And other things I gained a new appreciation for. Like I said, the Ninth Doctor's run was I loved it, but I largely underappreciated just how deep it went in certain aspects. And I think we've been able to gather quite a lot more out of the 10th Doctor than I was able to get originally. I liked it before. I think the thing that stuck with me as a kid was David Tennant is a loud performer. He's a big Doctor. In terms of he has the loud music and he has the big shouty moments or the pronunciation of words that stand out. But I've gained a new appreciation for character and also Martha in general. Martha has been like the thing that stood out the most to me as like this was great. This was great back in the day, and I don't think people knew what they got. So ultimately, yes and no, if that makes sense.
Okay. Well, there we go.
I'm excited to ask you the same question in 3 or so years.
It won't be that long.
Well, right, the Doctor or the showrunner?
Both. It won't be that long.
Yeah, I guess. All right, I guess, are we doing Weirdo? It feels really weird to be done with RTD1.
It does, doesn't it? But yeah, that's it. And for the last time in the RTD era.
Ooh.
Weirdo of the Week! Weirdo.
I really wanted to make this one shorter. I'm sorry. I really tried.
Nathan, it was the Regeneration special.
Lawrence, this is everyone's favourite segment of the show where we get to take a chance to look through some of the weird and wonderful and grubby little characters who come across our screens each and every week. Lawrence, who is your weirdo for this week? Actually, is what I would normally say, but I have a sneaking suspicion that we may perchance have the same weirdo.
On 3. Ready?
1,
2, 3.
3. The 11th Doctor.
Yes. I knew it.
I knew it, of course.
How can it not be?
Of course it is. He's only just shown up and he's already weird. All right. But there's a specific reason, Lawrence, isn't there?
There is.
Because this is something we've talked about for a long time, long before we started this podcast.
I would say it's, again, with Clive, with Elton and his pavement lover, right? It's one of them things that I've been itching to get out of my system.
Yeah.
Right? That is no way to treat a lady. What are you doing? Fucking yakking up on the TARDIS, you disgusting man.
For context, the 11th Doctor just spits on the TARDIS at one point. He just fully spits directly on the console. And, I was tempted to not go with it because, I can understand a bit of disrespect towards this TARDIS console. That's fine. I can appreciate that.
Get out of here.
All right. So I can understand where he's coming from in that respect.
I'm in mourning.
He is about to get an upgrade. All right. But it's weird. It's so weird. I don't know what choice he made on the day, and weirder for them to keep it in the edit of him just fully spit. And it's not like a subtle thing. He fully cocks back and goes right down and spits on it.
If for some reason as well you're watching this and you've missed it, I don't think we have casual fans. I think we have very diehard locked in fans that will know about the spit. But if you have watched it and you didn't pick up on it, this isn't a Timothy Dalton line delivery spit. This is an intentional, I'm going to phlegm on the TARDIS console spit.
100%.
It's a strange inclusion. One I've come to appreciate as just, this man is hopped up on fucking nutso regeneration energy.
Yeah, 100%.
Like he is like, he's basically on meth for a second.
We know the Doctors are always a little bit wild after regeneration.
Yeah.
There's always a bit of post-regeneration insanity. So I guess that can extend to spitting on the TARDIS. Why not?
There's an episode where I think this should have been discussed later on.
Oh, okay.
I think a certain character should have brought it up.
Yeah, it could have been quite a fun argument.
I think so.
Yeah, okay. We'll get there.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Our last weirdo. It feels weird that our last weirdo of the RTD era is Matt Smith. Does it feel weird that, like, when you look back at this, Matt Smith and David Tennant shared this episode? They're both in this episode.
I mean, you can say that about any regeneration.
I know,
episode.
but it feels extra strange given, like, the leaps and bounds of, like, tonal differences and everything that comes next week.
It's weird to say that Jodie Whittaker is in, Stephen Moffat's last episode, isn't it?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah. But, hey, that's what it is. That's the way it goes. But there we are. That is it. I really tried to make it short, guys. I'm really sorry.
Well, Nathan, I don't want to upset you, right? But like the Doctor ran away from his death, yes. Maybe the reason we've made this episode slightly longer is we too have something we've been running from that we should address.
It's true, Lawrence. There is something we need to address. Okay.
We need to discuss this.
We do.
Listen,
guys,
everyone get a cup of tea and sit down.
We need to talk, all right? But before we do, Lawrence, what's the next segment of this show?
Nathan, it is that time where we get the audience to have their say. What happens is Nathan will tweet out a post, let you guys know what episode we're recording and when, and then our lovely loyal listeners send in their thoughts. They can reply directly on Twitter, or they can email us over at stillgotlegspodcast@gmail.com. If you're a casual listener, now is probably a good jumping off point because we might be here for some time.
But stick around for like 5 minutes.
Yeah, you'll hear that.
You might want to hear this, all right?
It might be good news for you guys.
Yeah, you might want to listen to this bit.
People are.
Right.
Maybe this is hubris and like ego on our part, but I feel like people are listening to this being like, out with it. Say it.
I'm genuinely nervous about it.
Oh, God.
All right, look, guys. So we've had a talk, okay? And we've been discussing, and, the writing might be on the wall for some of you. Some people might have seen this coming.
Yeah.
But a while ago, when we started Still Got Thoughts, before it was called Still Got Thoughts, and before it became the segment that it is today, I foolishly...
The behemoth of a segment that it's become.
Yeah. I foolishly made the declaration that I will read out every single tweet and email I get regardless, okay?
Yeah.
And I will do that today, okay? I will honor that promise today, okay? But me and Lawrence have made the decision that from as we start Series 5 from next week, we're going to scale back Still Got Thoughts just a little bit, okay? Because it's just getting to...
you guys know we have to. You know that we do.
Is just getting to unsustainable levels. And look, this is a good problem to have, okay?
Yeah.
I cannot tell you how much I appreciate every single one of you getting in touch and letting us know your thoughts. It genuinely is my favorite part of the episode, and I absolutely love getting to hear from you. I would much rather have this issue than fucking have no one in. Trust me, we have it on our other podcast, okay?
We really do, yeah.
I would much rather have this version of it, all right? But it is, it's getting to the point now. Well, just for context, this week we have 29 tweets and 17 emails, okay?
And we're
which
gonna do
have to now go for. And we're going to do them. We're going to do those 29 tweets and 17 emails, all right? But this is why, as of late, well, it's not just this. We also have lost control a little bit and spent 3 hours talking about the episode.
Look,
the episodes are ballooning out to lengths which are inaccessible for new listeners, and it's just not conductive at all. So we have made the decision that what we're going to do is we're going to read out 2 or 3 tweets, 2 or 3 emails each week, but for any tweets or emails that we don't read out on the show, you will still get a written response. So we'll still reply to your email, still reply to your tweet. It just won't be read out on the show. So hopefully, that way you still feel like you've engaged and we've had a communication back and forth.
And it won't be like, haha, lol. Like we'll actually write. No, I think one of the main reasons, and like because this is ridiculous because there's people like, yeah, we don't actually give a fuck. But I
do. I genuinely, I feel so bad about this.
No, I know. But look, and the one thing I did really want to say, and Nathan kind of already said it, was that like we absolutely fucking we've said this a few times already, but we fucking absolutely adore the community that we've kind of harbored, and we absolutely
100%.
Yeah, we fucking love hearing from everyone that writes in, right?
And there's something, and I really want to keep this community going. I haven't actually mentioned this to you, Lawrence, but something I have been thinking about is maybe, if we can set up a Discord server
I'd
or
love
something
to do
like that.
Yeah.
That could be quite good. I don't know, I haven't thought it through yet, but it's something I'm toying with at the moment. We could possibly do, but yeah,
I would love to do that as well. It's a way to get in touch with people
yeah,
emailing back and forth and tweeting back and forth is sometimes difficult. No, but the main reason is like the Still Got Legs segment has been instrumental in like we've been quite open about how we've recently been getting a bit more traction on the show, which is so humbling and incredible.
And it's down to you guys. You're telling your friends and stuff.
Yeah.
You're sharing the show and everything, and we see it and we do appreciate it. And thank you so much for doing that.
And the only negative of that is that ballooning these episodes out to like 3+ hours, like even 2.5, like where we don't want to become a small gatekeepy group. We don't want to. I'm not saying you guys. I'm saying us. Like we don't want to become just a back end show of in jokes. And like what we want to do is allow people to have an easy entry into the community because
everyone's welcome here,
yeah.
as long as you're not racist,
exactly,
or sexist or homophobic or anything like that,
or any of the bads.
And as long as you're not a cunt, all right? You're welcome here.
Yeah,
okay, and that's the community that we want to foster.
Yeah. So we want to this is all in service of trying to create the most accessible show. Not only just for our benefit, obviously, we like it when the show does well, but also just to have a good time. And also, it's Nathan is recording these and then editing them every week, and that's a lot.
Yeah, it's 8 hours on one episode, and that's not including the watching and notes and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, and like compiling all the emails and tweets and everything else.
Yeah.
So I hope you can forgive us. Feel free to slate us.
Meanwhile, Lawrence spends an hour doing another happy pod, and then kicks his feet up.
I can't help having the shorter one. We made this deal.
Yeah. Seems like that might have to change sometime soon, I think.
All right, let's get into it. We've got enough to be getting through.
But let us know your thoughts on that. Again, like I said, so this will be from next week. We're still going to go through them all today. If you've tweeted in, if you've sent an email, it'll still be read out today. But yeah, so from next week, this will be the case. And if you hate it, let us know. If you have a better idea, let us know. We're open to change, but this is the best way we think to have a crack at it.
Please don't ever take this as us saying we don't want to hear. We really do.
That is,
even if they're
really
not read out, like we say, we'll reply to them. But also, it really makes part of our week is just to read some fucking insane things that you guys say.
Yeah, and art as well. Like, was it Dr. Disco sending that like fan art of the bug on Donna's back and stuff?
Incredible.
Very good stuff.
Yeah,
very good stuff, which I love seeing.
Yeah.
Sorry. So here we go. Right, there we go. Elephant in the room has been.
I can breathe.
Ooh.
At 10 to 1 in the morning.
This first tweet is from Greg Cactus Face.
Hello, Greg. Sad to see you under such circumstances.
A little bit different than usual. Greg this week just says, in hindsight, if Lucy just stole a grenade off of the guards instead of a magic potion prepared by a secret society, it would have sort of fixed the whole her being an idiot thing until death to his part would make more sense. Greg, you just fixed it.
Yeah, you couldn't be more right. The thing with it is, we've seen that this master, we brought it up a few times in the episode, can get taken out by regular things. They can die in ways that humans can die. So, all Lucy really needs... I mean, to be honest, if she went hell for leather, she could just beat him to death.
Really could.
Yeah.
Rach at Acting Strange says, I mean, it's an improvement on the first, if only because the horrible plot is ditched early to make way for the Grand Companion Tour. Although Martha and Mickey always felt like RTD just wanted a way to avoid doing a separate visit just for Mickey, because otherwise, why? And then in a follow-up tweet, I really don't want to think it's just because they're the two black characters, but again, something we struggled with, Rage. We see where you're coming from there. Yeah. We're not sure, but it definitely has that icky vibe, doesn't it?
If it was a solo Mickey visit, I don't know if Mickey as a character is smart enough to pick up on what's going on. He'd probably be like, "Oi, Doctor, what are you doing?"
I think you're doing a disservice to Mickey.
All right, I'm thinking early days Mickey.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Thank you, Rage. Thank you. We appreciate it. This is from the sponsor of this episode, Lawrence, P.S. Moore himself. Again, check out denimedit.video if you want to get some help with your project production, whatever you got going on. He is the man to see.
That's right, Nathan. We reached out to Pierce over the weekend.
Shut the fuck up. All right? Stop reading your script. Pierce says Tennant's acting is top as always. His petulant tantrum when he realizes he's going to save Wilf, going from that to it's my honor and obs IDWG. I don't want to go, I guess. Great stuff. Nice to Moff to make the first thing 11 says to be a shout out for the pod. Love to see writers giving back to the fans.
Amen. It was entirely that.
It was entirely that, we know. P.S. Moore also followed that up with also TJME.
TJME?
I don't know if they've just misspelt time, but then I don't know what that would mean. TJME.
Also time. So two Jedi men.
two Jedi men. Hey.
We're going to sound like such morons. This is going to be such a popular acronym that we just don't know.
Yeah, maybe we're missing something there, Pierce. Let us know. DM me. I don't know, man. But thank you, Pierce. Appreciate it. Love you.
You're taking extra care to thank everyone today.
No, Lauren, stop. I feel bad, all right?
Nathan, be the master of your own destiny, all right?
I won't. I'll tell you what, I won't thank this next one, because this one's an absolute prick, this next one, all right? This is from Lawrence at Lawrence High C.
Thank you, Lawrence. We appreciate you writing it.
Who says, I don't want him to go. Well, tough. All right. Well, tough to you, Lawrence.
Thank you, Lawrence. That's probably the best tweet we've ever read out.
No,
really
it's
appreciate
one of the worst. I'm going to block this person
out.
No! Tanner Moore has replied to that with a gif of 11 saluting, which I enjoy. That's always good fun.
Yes.
Damn the Lamb, Damn the Lamb says, Bernard is fucking cooking in this ep. My God. The entire conversation with the Doctor on the spaceship is just chef's kiss. The chemistry between these two is genuinely magical. I know a lot of people have issues with Tennant's attitude towards regeneration, but it works for me knowing that Tennant is the shortest-lived Doctor, about 6 years, and so would definitely have complicated feelings about this regeneration. I think that's true. Yeah. I agree. Very excited for the new era of the show and pod, as are we. Damn the Lamb.
Big changes coming for season 5. Look out! You'll hear them in the first second of the new episode.
It's actually true. You will. Yeah. You will. Return of the Dastardly Wizard at King O'Carbonara. Favorite part? Matt Smith, baby. Woo! Matt Smith. We love Matt Smith. Get my boy in the ring. Yeah, baby. Matt Smith. Woo! That's very fun.
Deranged.
Thank you, King O'Carbonara. And I have to say, I agree.
You can't not agree. That's the energy Matt Smith comes in with as well. He's also like, Matt Smith, woo!
This is from August at August. Hot take, I think 11 is my least favourite Doctor. Brackets, he's not that bad. I think it's just too many horny Moffat moments. But anyways, there are a few horny Moffat moments, to be fair. At least we're going out on a banger. Wait, no, actually we aren't. Oh, well, the little sequence thing with all the companions' visits made me cry. So there we go.
What I'll say, my only sizzle I shall provide for the next era of the show and this show is that my very specific and limited, cannot stress that enough, memory of the 11th Doctor is he has some insanely high highs and some low lows. Nathan's shaking his head, doesn't like me.
It's all high. Baby.
Is this where we're finally going to see a bit of hypocrisy from Nathan? We're finally going to see some it's done, but I don't care moments from Nathan, who's been riding his logic high horse for 4 seasons.
No, I'll be fair.
Yeah,
I'll be fair and I'm critical when I need to be.
Okay,
but it's all perfect.
Okay, yeah, it's just a shame you'll never need to be in this run.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. Thank you very much, August. Robert Vasquez at RW Vasquez says, the Master took over the entire Earth and took absolutely no time for a shower or change of clothes. What a smelly boy. But I think what irritates the Doctor most about saving Wilf is that the whole reason he gets himself stuck is to selflessly save someone in danger with no thoughts of himself. Wilf reminds the Doctor what it means to be a good man. Yeah. That's nice.
It's a very good point we didn't pick up on,
Yeah. So I'll delete that.
Yeah, we thought of it earlier, actually.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ultra Bastard at Dave D22469555832 says, fuck Time Lord Victorious, it's Wilf Victorious. Did what the Master never could and killed the Doctor.
Wilf Victorious.
Oh, that's fun.
It's true. Still going.
It's do, yeah. Taking names.
Moles.
Don't know what that means.
Mole names.
Yeah. There's a lot of discourse about that.
We'll talk about this after the show.
Yeah, we'll talk about that. That's for another time.
Yeah.
Callum, but also not Callum, at CJ George 2339J.
Then who?
Says, what?
Then who, if not Callum?
Shut up, Lawrence. Can't believe we are now entering the best era of Doctor Who. Moffat is the best showrunner. Fight me. I agree. Also, the Time Lord's coming back always bugged me, but with a change made in the 50th, it makes more sense, and I love it. This actually does work quite well with what happens in the 50th, really.
I'll have to... I remember quite a lot about the 50th, but some of the Time Lord stuff is vague for me. I remember a lot of the two Doctors strutting around stuff.
I don't know what you're talking about, Lawrence. There's no Doctors in it.
That's true, yeah. Silly me.
Or not even one of them. Also, just wanted to share this page from a Doctor Who comic. I don't know which one, but I've seen it a few times. What the fuck? This seems to be... All right, I'm going to have to describe this, I guess, but it seems to be a lot of Doctors, including, from what I can see, the 11th and 12th, and another 10 in the Naismith Mansion at the moment where Wilf is getting... Oh, it looks like Wilf is actually taking the radiation poisoning in this one.
They've all gathered round to watch the worst 10th Doctor moment ever.
I guess so. What is going on here? That's wild. I'll have to find out what that's from and read it, maybe.
Wilf gets blasted with ultra cancer, and all the Doctors have got out of their TARDISes to have a little look.
Yeah. This is from Nathan. No, thank you, Callum. I very much appreciate it. This is from Nathan at Nathorpe. Nathan says, I don't care if this is wildly unpopular, but I'm going to have to appoint myself as the official Donna Noble of the podcast because sometimes I think you need someone to stop you. 4-hour episodes are too long every week. Shorter episodes in Series 5, please.
Our first
Well, there
complaint.
We go.
Yeah.
I mean, we hear you, Nathan. Trust me, we do. We really do.
We really do get it, yeah.
It's also, I will say, it is a little not unfortunate, but we have had like a continuous run of big episodes for a while. Like Waters of Mars, followed by End of Time, followed by End of Time. But like these are big, juicy episodes with a lot to discuss.
Yeah. They won't. We actually worked this out on a little FaceTime call earlier, right? There won't be as many of these behemoth, mammoth runtime episodes in season 5. We don't think.
Hopefully, 11th hour might be decent length.
You're gonna have to give us 11th hour. That's already off the cards, right? That's a new Doctor, new TARDIS, new companion, new showrunner.
Yeah. New Doctor, new suit talk, new TARDIS talk. We got to establish the lore, the new lore of the podcast. Okay, we got to establish our new arguments and everything. All right, so
Prisoner Zero will shorten the length of the podcast, or the human podcast will be incinerated.
It probably will be at this rate.
Yeah.
So there we go. Look, Nathan, I understand what you're saying, mate. I really do. And I around about 2 hours is, I think, what is hopefully the sweet spot going forward.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Shrugs Tina at Shrugs Tina 94. Lauren, stop yawning.
Nathan, it's 1 in the morning.
Lawrence, that's your fault.
I'm here and I'm allowed to yawn.
No. Missed my chance to ask this last week, but what happened to the billions of kids who presumably became master clones as well? Are there a bunch of tiny masters running around who we never see, or are they all regular-sized masters wearing the shredded remains of kids' clothes?
Oh, jeez.
Well, it depends on which episode you watch, because last week would have you believe they would all be little masters, but this week they're all the same size, apparently.
Stop giving Nitpick Nathan a segment, all right? Stop it. Everyone don't indulge him.
Hey, it's not me, okay?
Right.
It's Russell's doing, okay? He knows what he did.
Nathan's the true hero that has to point it out.
Yes, it's true. But we have no idea, Tina. No idea at all.
And
Thank you
their
for
pets.
writing in. What?
And their pets. What's going on with them, too?
Oh, you asked that, didn't you?
Yeah, and the ones having sex and giving birth.
I asked that. Thank you very much, Tina. Greg Cactus Face is back. During this episode, the Doctor has to make a choice on who to hit with a projectile, brackets, bullet. In baseball, players in the field often have to choose who to send the projectile, brackets, baseball, to. Mainly in baseball, the choice is which base to send to what? Excuse me. Mainly in baseball, the choice is which base to send to, while in Doctor Who, it's which Time Lord. It's very true.
A projectile.
I like that. Thank you very much, Greg. We'll hear more. Oh wait, we got more from Greg here actually. During this episode, the Doctor provides a lotto ticket to Donna, contributing to the thriving gambling business in the UK.
Oh no!
In the UK, this would make the Noble family join roughly 43% of the population who gamble each year, which as a side product kills 200 horses on UK race courses. Also, this has the same plot as Transformers 3, right?
Right, let me just take a moment, okay?
Okay.
Because I think with the announcement of the update to Still Got Thoughts this week,
Yes. Yeah.
that is very fitting that is the best tenuous link I've ever seen in my life.
It was very good.
I could not have thought of that in a million years, and I'm very thankful that you've shared that with us.
Do you ever play the lottery, Lawrence?
I've played it once or twice, and I've won
played it once or
fiver
twice?
once. Yeah.
You've played it once or twice?
Yeah.
You know, I play like every other week, mate.
No, it's not something I've ever really got into.
I'm always on Euro Millions.
Yeah, what
always go for
could you
Euro
win?
Millions.
What's your take home?
See, with Euro Millions, it's not necessarily the big jackpot prize that I'm after, but with Euro Millions, there's always a guaranteed winner of £1 million in the UK. So it's like a raffle system. Everyone who buys a ticket gets a raffle into that 1 million.
Yeah.
So it's not like the lottery where maybe no one will get it, you know?
Yeah.
It's guaranteed, like it will happen.
Someone's going to get it, yeah.
Yeah. You just have to
Have you?
get a ticket. I haven't, Lawrence, no.
That is a big shame. I'll be here when you
Yes.
do get it.
Thank you. Well, I'll tell you what, we'll be in our very lavish recording studio.
It's true. So
That's
you
where
won't
we would
forget
be.
me.
No, I'd build this podcast. I'd build another happy studio.
We can start with the Discord. I really want to do that Discord. That's a great idea.
So do I. Maybe we'll do it right now.
Yeah.
Mel at Melly Mel says, Greg also says, also this has the same plot as Transformers 3. What was the plot of Transformers 3? Robots?
Yeah, I think, right, so basically what happens is I think there are cars. And
They're
they
cars,
can turn into robots.
and they turn into robots.
Yeah, and they're heroes in disguise.
Yeah, but then there was other cars or sometimes planes
Yeah.
who turn into robots and they're bad.
Yeah, that happens from time to time. And
Oh, no, I remember Transformers 3. It kind of is the same, yeah, because that's the one where they bring Cybertron to Earth. Like, they're like, oh, here's Cybertron, our planet in the sky. So,
full disclosure, I was vaguely just describing any Transformers. I have not seen a single Transformers movie.
I think everyone got that.
Okay,
we all
good.
got that, Lawrence. I was also doing a bit with you.
I see. Okay, I just because you immediately followed it up with something that actually look. You caught me. All right. I haven't seen the high art that were the Transformers movies.
Have you not?
I've seen one of them, and that's the one where Megan Fox is doing sexy car things.
Or is that's like all of them?
Oh yeah, my mistake. That's one good thing. Labour won here's an update for everyone, and for some reason it happens in this section. Labour won in my local area, which means I can finally stop fucking having people knock on my door.
Yeah, that was funny. That was very funny last week.
I've felt vindicated, I will say.
I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
Anyway, Mel at Melly Mel says, God bless the cactuses and God bless David Tennant, followed with the famous Wilf salute gif.
Yeah, absolutely. See, I told you, it's a very good gif.
It's a good gif. We love it. Thank you very much, Mel. This is from Carly at Carly's Acting. The regeneration is so sad, but I'm excited for Matt Smith because for me, that's my doctor personally. For the record, I never got the reversed Oreo thing either. All right, so it's not just us. Okay,
good.
Yeah. So, there we go. We're not totally idiots then. Okay, so that's good to know.
It's nice to feel like that every now and then. To feel like we're one of the people and not the morons. We're not the town dunces.
It's rare that it happens, to be honest, but we appreciate it. Thank you very much, Carly. Thanks for getting back in touch. Rohan Hunter at Robo Hunter. That's a cool handle.
Robo Hunter's good, and it's also what Transformers are.
Well, shut up. The Doctor tells the Master about the Time War, about the Skaro degradations, the Horde of Travesties, the Nightmare Child, and the Could-Have-Been King with his army of meanwhiles and never-wears. Is this stuff canon or just some A-grade RTD nonsense? I mean, it's both.
Look, that's unfortunately part and parcel with Russell being a showrunner. His nonsense becomes canon.
It's true.
He had at this moment in time, he had the pen of God. All right, what he writes is true.
Yeah. It's canon. I think some of it has been explored further in some Big Finish stuff, maybe, but.
Well, you said you checked out the Nightmare Child and it's this big floating baby or some shit.
Big floating baby or some shit, yeah. I don't think it's ever been addressed again in the show. I don't think. I might be wrong on that, but I don't think so.
Yeah.
But there we go. Thank you, Rohan. This is from Abby at Sapphic Slowpoke. Another mid-episode. I can't understand why the Time Lords came to Earth and brought the Time War with them, because surely that would kill them regardless of where they are in space. Only good bit was when Ten did his last visit to the companions. That's always a nice touch. And then following up that tweet with, also, your assumption that me and Kate sat on our sofa composing tweets last week was scarily accurate. This time, we're composing our tweets on our date night at a restaurant. I love these two.
Genuinely incredible to hear.
It's so sweet. And then Kate has replied to that with, still got thoughts, and then the greater than sign, the little arrow thing, yeah. Greater than. So still got thoughts, greater than, date night in it.
We can't disagree.
It's true.
Maybe other people will disagree now. What a great portrayal.
I know. I love that. That's very sweet.
That is very good.
Thank you, Abby. Kate also then says, still crap, but the farewell tour is sweet. Very wholesome closure to the whole era. Adam's the Vinvoce is smash, though. Fizz spiky gal. There we go.
I can't disagree.
The 11 era is far from my favourite, but excited to dive into it again with you guys. Thank you very much, Kay. We're excited to have you and Abby along for the ride.
Very much so.
Kay also says, though, also, I can't keep letting you get this wrong. The Blatherine are definitely orange, not grey. Get it right, you nerds. And then she's included a photo of the Blatherine, which is an orange Slovene, to be fair.
Hang on a second. Hang on.
It's on Twitter.
I think I need clarification on this, right? Is the Blatherine the one that appeared in Sarah Jane Adventures?
This is it's from the Sarah Jane Adventures.
Are they the family of the Blather Slither, whatever? Are they the family of the Ithines that had the little baby one?
I don't know.
Because if it's the baby one, they are fucking green as grass.
Not green. Wasn't they grey or blue or some shit?
I'm seeing a picture of orange goo. The Blatherine fart themselves to death. I think we're thinking of two different factions of Slytherins.
Well, this will be a lore we'll have to get into once we get to our Sarah Jane rewatch.
It's true, yeah.
Or watch, in my case, but yeah.
Okay, we'll go to war eventually on this.
I'm more inclined to believe Kate than you.
So you say this, right? But then why aren't you hosting this with Kate?
You do have a fit. I will. All right?
Fuck it, you know what?
Thank you very much, Kate. This last tweet is from Kai Armstrong at Kai without a K. Might be late. You're not. Don't worry. But how the
No
fuck
one's
did
ever
the
late here.
No one's ever late. But how the fuck did the Doctor survive a fall from the stratosphere and through the skylight, but not a little telescope tower or something? Oh, and Matt Smith still has legs, I guess.
He does.
He certainly does. He does. Yeah, we done okay.
Yeah. Tennant
We
didn't
done
have a
it.
paper mache man there waiting for him.
That's true. The paper mache man is, I think it genuinely is quite important to the regeneration.
I
So,
think he is, yeah.
yeah, it's a key part of the process.
I believe he's called the Watcher.
Maybe.
And the Watcher all along is the Doctor, or something that can become the Doctor. I don't fucking know. He's a paper mache man.
He's a paper mache man. Anyway, so that is the tweets. So thank you very much to everyone who tweeted there. I will now go on to the emails.
Woo!
All right, this is from our good friend Pat. Dear Nathan and Lawrence, don't worry, I didn't kill myself after the Waters of Mars episode. I'm very glad to hear
Thank
it.
God.
I didn't write anything last week because I was doing my teacher training and had to be a serious adult for a week. I'm sorry to hear that. I don't really have any interesting thought about this two-parter other than I adore Wilf and Doctor's relationship. Cried tears of misery when watching it for the first time, and I didn't bother rewatching. I like being in a good mood and not crying over this silly little alien. It's very funny. Long time ago, I saw RTD talking about the woman in the Gallifreyan robes behind the Rassilon being the Doctor's mother, but also saying that she can be whoever the viewer wants. Who do you think the woman is? Are you happy with her being his mother, or do you have any other feelings about her? Yeah, again, it's probably his mum, but I'm not thrilled by the idea.
Yeah, coming from an RTD stan, right, being me, I fucking hate it when a writer's like, this character could be anything you want them to be. Make them a character. What I want them to be is a character with a name.
Yeah.
and someone
true.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I understand stand-ins and metaphors, and like I said, I appreciate what it does, but I would have much rather this just be someone we know, a figure, or at least a figure that you clearly define.
I think it was the Master.
It feels slightly gutless.
No, she didn't like my joke.
I did like it, but I wasn't done ranting about this.
All right, great. No,
I like her smart business suit, though.
great. Good for you. However, to contribute to the podcast in some way, I wanted to show you what I found meanwhile I was doing my teacher training. I've started to read Stone Rose, a 10th Doctor story which takes place in ancient Rome. And the Doctor wears not only a tunic, but also a purse for his sonic screwdriver.
Oh, my.
I think we were robbed of period dress for the Doctor in the Pompeii episode because DT would totally pull off a toga. He definitely would, and it's probably like a Shakespeare production or something, but I've definitely seen him in a toga before.
Yeah.
Definitely have an image of him in my head in a toga, and looks good.
I don't have an image of him with a toga, but what I will say is, obviously, being a native Scot, he is known to frequent a kilt from time to time.
He is. You see him at the BAFTAs.
Ah, what? Every single time
man.
that man attends the BAFTAs, he shits on everyone else's clothes.
He's always got like a really good like jacket, like a really good like suit jacket
with some swirls and silk,
with like some really good like intricate pattern and detailing on it. He's so good. Man knows how to dress.
He does. He really does.
In
his brown suit.
As we enter the era when the suit talk would be dead for a while, Fez or not Fez is the only thing you can discuss. Not necessarily.
We've got bow tie colours. Yeah. You underestimate how much we can pull from nothing.
Yeah, don't worry, we can squeeze some shit out of nowhere. Don't you worry, right?
Every single thing he wraps around himself in the 11th hour in the dressing room. We're going to talk about that for an hour.
1 hour on each item of
Yeah.
clothing. Do you guys like that the Doctor has their own, always the same look every time, or would you like to see them dressed up according to the times they're actually in? That's interesting because this seems to be more the route that Ncuti Gatwa's Doctor will be going in. From what we've seen, Ncuti Gatwa seems to have a different look for every episode, which is quite interesting, pretty new for the Doctor. I like an iconic Doctor look.
I do too.
I like that they have a sort of a fixed look, as it were, and it can change, and there can be variations on it. But I do like this is the archetype of the look.
I think it's often an extension of the character. How the character is often how they dress, and the thing is, on the flip side, though, I say this, but then a Ncuti Gatwa outfit is yet to miss. It's true. I do like being treated to looks. Oh, Suit Talk's going to be a fucking nightmare when we get there, isn't it?
It really is.
What's your favourite Ncuti look, quickly?
Well, it's hard because officially we've only had one.
Yeah, but of the ones we've all seen.
I do like that blue suit. I didn't even mean for that. I genuinely didn't even mean for that.
You're a shyster, Nathan.
But there's that. I think it's a '60s Beatle episode from what we've seen.
Yeah.
But he's in that beautiful blue suit, and he's got an afro as well, and he just looks good. He looks great.
Mine. I like his. He debuted it in the. I think the video is called The Luke.
The sort of brown coat.
Brown coat with a bright orange jumper.
You love brown. We both stiff folded.
No, right, but that bright orange jumper and the Gallifreyan rings, what an incredible little outfit that is.
It's a good look, I will say. Do you like his little hat he has with the outfit as well?
I wasn't expecting the hat, and when I saw the hat, I was like, it's an interesting addition.
I like it.
Yeah. Anyway, we'll get there.
We will get there. In the attachment, I'm sending you the screenshots as evidence of the 10th Doctor in the tunic. Looking forward to listening to your opinions about the Moffat era. Sending you lots of love and appreciation, Pat. Thank you very much, Pat. I just added these screenshots to my drive accidentally.
I want to see them.
The Doctor wore, it's just text, I can just read it to you right now. The Doctor wore a plain white tunic that ended at the knees, his sonic screwdriver stuck absurdly in his belt. It was a small drawstring purse, just the right size for a sonic screwdriver. There was a note too. Dear Doctor, happy unbirthday. Bet you didn't know I could sew. Marsha showed me what to do. Love, Rose. Well, there we go. What's an unbirthday?
Yeah.
Was he unbirthed?
That
sounds strangely sexual.
It does, yeah. Like crawling.
It sounds
back
like a
up.
weird. Yes, exactly.
Yeah. I don't know, and I don't wish to find out.
Yeah, I don't want to find out.
I like that the purse is described as perfect size for a sonic screwdriver.
Yeah.
Of course, as we all know, the only use for a purse.
A sonic screwdriver.
A purse paired with a sonic lipstick. Now we could be in business there. I don't mind that discussion. Thank
you very much, Pat. We love hearing from you as always. The Damn Beaver subject line is the trivia of time. Hello, Nate and Larry. I actually don't mind a Nate.
I've never once dared call you Nate.
Really? That's probably because we knew someone called Nate.
That's true. It was taken.
Yeah.
The slot.
Well, they were called their official name, which sounds weird, was Nathaniel, but they went by Nate. So
have you gone by Nate before?
Gone by Nate, yeah, a few times. When I was in America doing some work at a summer camp, there was an old American guy who was really nice, but he always called me Nate the Great.
Oh, no.
Hey, here's Nate the Great. He was a very nice bloke.
Did you hate that? Inside?
No, I quite enjoyed it. There was something about him which was quite charming.
An uplifting thing. Was this on your Ted Lasso residency? What happened? An uplifting mentor figure calling you Nate the Great.
I guess. Oh, yeah. That's true. Yeah. I didn't realise that. This was even before Ted Lasso was a thing. So
They copied him.
They copied this guy.
Yeah.
Hello, Nate and Larry. Here we are at the end of an era. The worst TARDIS is gone. Not that it's bad, mind you. It is.
Nope.
Matt Smith is here instead. In the interest of conversation, I'd honestly love a live episode of the show someday. Maybe not in the near future, but I can see one happening eventually. Would be a lot of fun to shout at Lawrence. I have no idea if I got that right. You did. Well done. Spelling, he's talking about.
Oh, okay. Good.
alongside the rest of the people who watch this. Also, to my knowledge, there is no Still Got Legs group chat, but maybe there should be one. Maybe that could be on Discord.
Oh, here we go.
We'll see.
The people yearn for connection.
The people yearn for Discord, Lawrence. I have been thinking about the live shows, and like, I'm not getting ahead of myself or anything. I don't think it's coming anytime soon.
Okay.
But like, just thinking in my mind, and I was thinking about it this week, and do you know what I would love to do? Do you know what my ideal version of a live show would be?
What?
It would be, we'd host it in like a really cool cinema, like a Genesis or a Prince Charles or something. Okay. We'd screen an episode of Doctor Who.
Talk about it.
And then we do the podcast afterwards with the crowd there. We'd watch it with the crowd, and then we'd do the podcast after.
That would be very good. Although everyone would be enjoying the episode, and there'd just frantically be me and you making notes.
Just give us 10, guys. Talk amongst yourselves.
Hang on, I haven't got a weirdo. Hang on. Nathan, have you got the intro? No, not yet.
Yeah, we'll get everyone to sing the intro. It's fine.
Yeah.
But that's what I'd like to do one day.
That'd be very, very cool.
Yeah. Onto the episode itself. It was mostly a lot of things that were stretched out because this had to be a two-parter. Donna's 5-minute subplot had no reason to exist. The Time Lord section could have been far more interesting than a few people standing there with the loudest gun cocks I've heard in my life.
Yep, there we go.
And just about everything else was very there. The Doctor's reward started out a bit meh, but after he met with Verity, they really started to hit, culminated in Rose's theme being dropped and making me a tad emotional. The chorus screaming out the Doctor's theme as he desperately holds on for a few more seconds against regeneration is something I love. So a very There's episode that propped up by a few great moments. Shame, really. We all knew they could do better. I have to say.
I don't
agree
disagree with that. Yeah.
They definitely could have done better.
Yeah.
Anyways, on to trivia. Bad Wolf / The Part in the Ways / Children in Need. The production team genuinely intended to show Jack's naked buttocks on screen, but the BBC's editorial policy department vetoed it. Those cowards.
Boo.
The game station was originally run by a mentally enhanced teenager named Edward.
What the fuck?
Okay. just Edward is very funny to me. I don't know why.
Yeah. I'm mentally enhanced and I'm called Edward.
Exactly. Yeah, it's funny. It's good stuff.
Our many big brain.
Lawrence, you ruined it. The original preview for critics had an alternate ending which hid the regeneration entirely, instead simply ending on a cliffhanger of Rose dying. Fucking hell.
Jesus.
After Eccleston's departure was leaked, this was scrapped and has yet to be released. We got to break into BBC and leak that.
We need to find this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we get Josh, the host of Unleashed, to
the Welsh guy,
to charm everyone with his Welsh ways and actually secure the disc.
I mean, we'll reach out and we'll see what we can do. I reckon it'd be him.
What an incredible guest for the show that would be.
It would be.
Yeah.
We'll see what we can make work.
Yeah. Come on, Josh.
Not gonna happen. Come on, Josh. Yeah. Give the people what they yearn for.
Full disclosure, that was us trying. We'll now wait for his response.
the ball's in his court.
We're fired first.
We've shot our shot. In case the Emperor Dalek prop proved unfeasible. Was there an Emperor Dalek prop that wasn't all CGI?
Was it maybe in the big tank? Big tank with a fucking thing in
yes,
it.
of course. Silly me. Russell had prepared a script featuring Davros in the Emperor's place. And there was a deleted line in the Children in Need special that established that Ten's accent would have been mentally imprinted on Rose during the regeneration. This was scrapped when someone pointed out that with this logic, the second Doctor should have had a Cockney accent and the sixth Doctor should have been American. Yeah. True.
Wait, so it would imprint the accent of the
companion? Yeah,
that's so silly.
Yeah, it's very silly.
It's so dumb. Yeah, what?
Yeah,
it didn't make any sense.
It doesn't at all. No.
You are only what I am perceived by you as.
Yeah. The Christmas invasion. There was a scene filmed for the episode where Ten is initially unable to say "fantastic" due to his new teeth, setting up the moment in the end where he does. I've seen that, I think. I think that's a deleted scene that you can see it, because I remember that.
Really?
Yeah. You can probably see that. Huh. Yeah. Considered actors for the 10th Doctor included Susie Eddie Izzard and David It says David Williams, but might mean David Williams.
He was big at the time.
Yeah, I don't know a David Williams, so I'm assuming that's David Williams.
David Williams. Yeah, I can't think of a David Williams. What a boring name, David Williams.
Yeah.
Our next email, David Williams.
Davies briefly considered destroying Big Ben again to show the Sycorax destruction around the world. He's got one trick, this guy.
Yeah, come on, man. We know you considered it to reuse the assets as well.
I know. Yeah, it would have been the same shot, only like a different spaceship painted over it. You know, not even done well. Not even done well. They just had you'd probably see the hand holding the model or something.
It's actually just Russell has just filmed the TV. You can see him unpause the episode of Doctor Who.
Good stuff. That's all for today. If you are going to change the name of the show now that Matt Smith has said the name, may I suggest changing to the first? May I suggest changing it to the first words the Doctor after him says? Those being kidneys, of course, Leah. Well, there we go. Still got kidneys.
No, just kidneys.
Oh, just kidneys.
Yeah. Or I don't like the colour.
Yeah, I don't like the colour. Yeah. No, that could be misconstrued. Let's not do that.
Oh, God, hang on,
Yeah.
Russell writing a particular scene in this episode.
Yeah, just kidneys. I reckon kidneys, a Doctor Who rewatch podcast.
Yeah.
There you go.
I mean, it's got as much fucking sway as Still Got Legs. What does that mean?
Yeah. Who knows? This is from Alex Day, and he is worryingly titled "Podcast Length."
Oh, I don't like the sound of this.
Oh. Hello, lads. Been having a chat about the pod with a couple of friends who haven't listened before, and they mentioned being put off by the length. You see,
exactly. We can't complain about that.
We can't. We get it. Trust me.
Over
4 hours. Over 4 hours for the most recent episode. I know the feedback so far is longer is better, but I wonder, as that's coming from people who are already fans, whether it's stifling growth for people you don't hear from who would otherwise be jumping on board. I personally think the policy of reading every single tweet and email each week is going to grow to unimaginable levels. You gotta have a balance that still respects people's time. I realize I'm not helping the case by emailing you this, which you're probably reading out right now. Well,
Alex,
Alex, do we have the announcement for you?
Yeah, it's your episode. No, that jokes aside, that is largely one of the reasons we're changing it. Not this email specifically.
No, and we have talked about this prior to the episode. We talked about this for a few weeks now, so it's something that, as Taylor Swift said, it's been a long time coming.
There you go.
But I'm gonna get one in every episode.
Nice.
Right?
Because that's the last thing we want. We don't want people to see the length and be intimidated by it. And also, that's a very interesting point.
But at the same time, though, we don't want people to see the length and be intimidated and feel like it's inaccessible. But we also don't want to close off this community,
not
as well, and let people, not have their say and stuff. So we want to try and do something which ables to do both.
The only person Nathan and I can discuss Doctor Who with at the minute is one another.
Yes.
And that can grow grating if you have different fucking opinions. So we like the diversity of opinions.
It's true. Anyway, love your work. And why is Joshua Naismith's daughter so seemingly off her nut on hallucinogenic drugs? I don't get it at all. Apologies if you already made this point in your End of Time Part 1 episode. Haven't listened yet because it's too long, wink face.
Well, there you go. Listen, that's very tongue-in-cheek, young man. All right.
That is very tongue-in-cheek.
She's probably off of it because of all the incest that they do.
Probably, yeah.
Disgraceful pair of individuals.
Indeed. This is from thank you very much, Alex, we do appreciate it. This is from Thomas Roper. It says, hello lads, the episode was a banger for me. The suspense from the 4 knocks kept me on my toes throughout the entire episode, with the scene of Wilf wanting to be left while the Doctor gave his I could do so much more speech was something else. Props to Tennant, the acting was top tier here. Have to agree. All the best, Thomas. P.S. dug some of my childhood Doctor Who figures out from around 2009 to 2012, as well as a TARDIS that opened up and had mini characters of Eccleston and Tennant. Never got to collect them all, unfortunately, but got pretty close. And he's included some pictures.
Yes,
of
my next thing was going to be send pics
of the figures themselves. This is great stuff. I'm always so jealous of this. Look at that TARDIS. I want that TARDIS, man.
What TARDIS is
good
it?
Stuff. It seems to be the classic 10 TARDIS. Really,
Is it what
9,
the
10.
exterior, interior?
Exterior, yeah,
Okay.
like the wooden box,
Yeah.
sort of thing. Yeah.
What's the coolest figure there?
There's a pig slave Laszlo, which I enjoy.
Incredible.
There's some doctors and various Amy's, including policewoman Amy, which we'll see next week, of course. Child Amy. There's a family of blood scarecrow. There's a beast below. Like the little thing in the box, the face.
Oh, the little clown face thing.
Yeah, the clown face thing. There's a Rory Roman, which is good stuff.
Nice.
This is all good. I love this.
I've just remembered Rory's coming.
I'm hyped for Rory, man.
Man, Rory's an OG, man. Rory's
Rory. Get ready for Rory talk, everyone.
Yeah. Still got Rory.
This is from Dr. Dis. Did you say still got Rory?
Yeah, not for long.
Okay. This is from Dr. Disco. Subject line RIP 10, I guess. Hi, guys. This two-parter really is a mess. Brutal. But I think if you close one eye and don't think about it too much, it's mostly just funny because of how unserious it is. Also, I do really enjoy Sims Master and the dynamic between him and Ten. Like, what a normal and definitely not homoerotically charged conversation to have with a guy while he has you strapped to a chair. It's very, very true. Like, we've long said it's always very homoerotic and sexual between the two of them.
We're unapologetic in our observations. I like the thank you for unbinding me. You're beautiful.
Yes. We're true. I think it's Thoschine shippers.
What the fuck does that even mean?
I don't know. I think it's something to do with like when they were kids or something. I don't know. Thoschine.
I just realized I was that meme. You know that Daddy Chill. What the fuck is even that?
Daddy Chill, yeah, very funny. I think it's hilarious that they want to make us believe that the glass box can contain insane amounts of radiation when we basically look through the gaps where the doors open.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
That's true. Yeah,
this is what you're saying. Just squint, close your eyes. Yeah. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, exactly. That thing is built like a Walmart toilet. And listen, I know he's dying or whatever, but the doctor could have at least said something to Martha. This is what I said. Not even a wave. Don't just stand there like a pathetic wet cat. But I'm sure he'll have talked about this scene. However, it did make me a bit sad thinking back on how Sarah Jane told Ten, you've got the biggest family on Earth in Journey's End, and now he's going to see his friends only from afar and then regenerating all by himself. And there we go. Anyway,
it really does read, I killed the Sontar and you're welcome. Fuck you guys.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Anyway, very excited for your discussion on 11's run and keep up the great work. P.S. Nathan, feel free to exploit me anytime. JK, but I might be back with something silly now and then when inspiration hits, since you liked the last one. We have a new drawing. I have to share this. This is... Let me screen share here. Oh my god, this is incredible. I'm gonna tweet this out as well.
For fuck's sake.
It's a drawing of the 10th Doctor in the TARDIS, but seemingly just dead on the floor.
Yeah, the regeneration hasn't worked.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I'm gonna tweet that out this week if that's okay with you, Dr. Disco, because that is good stuff. That's very fun.
That is very, very funny. That. Thank you very much for sending that.
Thank you.
You vindicated Nathan. I hate to see my boy down like that.
This is from Connor M. Subject line is, can't believe I'm still listening. Is that good or bad?
Well, let's hear it on, I guess. I don't know.
It, yeah. Hey, boys, with a Z, Lawrence.
Okay, we're in the good books. Boys with a Z
Love
is
your...
a unified affirmation term.
Yeah, that's true. Love your podcast. You guys are funny and stuff. Can't wait to listen to you talk about the 11th hour. I'm looking forward to it too. I'm a 22-year-old Canadian guy living in Toronto. I don't know why I did that. For film school. If you need help editing clips for TikTok, let me know. I need to build my curriculum vitae. Hey, we might just be in touch because Lawrence hates editing the TikToks.
I fucking hate. Do you know what you want to do after a long, hard day of editing for your job? More editing for job.
Yeah, but with no money.
But with no money.
Yeah.
Nathan gives me more notes than my actual bosses sometimes do.
I want it to be good, all right? We have standards, Lawrence. We can't let them slip, all right? But yeah, you guys are great. You inspired me to make my podcast. Oh, wow. Called Please Watch My Podcast. If it weren't for you two, I probably wouldn't have started. Anyway, you guys are great. Love Suit Talk and all the things you do. Have a good day. Much love, Connor. P.S. If you get anything from Tim Hortons, get an iced cup. I'm going to check out this podcast now, Connor. Let me have a search for it here.
Hey, don't make me look bad. I'm also doing the same. He saw me go to my phone and he's now copying.
No, I'm going there first, Lawrence. I'm going to subscribe first.
No.
What was it called? Please watch my podcast.
Please watch my podcast.
I'm not seeing it, no.
Please watch film.
Yeah, I'm seeing Please Watch My Film.
Maybe on YouTube?
Might be on YouTube.
Please watch my podcast.
That's true. Let's have a look here. Please watch my podcast.
That's not fair. He's cheating. He's using his voice.
Oh, this is all just...
How to start a podcast. 50 podcast tips in 15 minutes.
Yeah, this is all just fucking...
How to seduce women with your podcast.
Don't watch any of these videos, by the way. They're all shit.
Yeah. I've watched them all and I haven't seduced any women with my podcast.
It's true. And he's divorced.
No.
I can't find it. Please send us a link, Connor. Send us a link if you can. Yeah. Because I'm just having trouble finding it. Please watch my podcast.
And if it's new, that's why. That happened to us for a bit.
Yeah, that might be why. Yeah, they can kind of make it difficult to find it first, which doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. You know what you should do when people are just beginning? Fucking bury them.
Exactly. Send us a link. We'll tweet it out. We'll share it around. We're happy to do that for you. And I want to take a listen myself. So thank you, Connor. Very much appreciate it. And if I get anything from Tim Hortons, I'll get an ice cap. There we go.
There we are.
Good advice. This email is from our good friend Jared Coastal, and the subject line is massive twat.
Right, hang on. Let's place bets. Who's the massive twat? It could be either one of us.
I think it's you.
Oh, it could be David Tennant or the 10th Doctor.
I'm going with you.
All right, then I'm going with you then. You got to back yourself.
I don't think there's any world where it's anyone other than you. That's the only feasible possibility for me.
I'm starting to feel hard done by you.
Dear Nathan and Lawrence of the High Seas.
Okay, very nice. Yeah.
Clever. I have previously mentioned to you my massive twat of a brother called Nathan.
Hey, so in a way I was right.
No, you're wrong. But I was shocked to hear that you, Nathan, would like James as a middle name. My brother's middle name is James. Please be careful pursuing this naming route. It is fraught with twattery danger. But to be fair, how old's your brother? Because I've wanted this name since I was like 4, which is like...
Yeah, but you've been a twat
years.
since you've been 4 as well.
It's true. I famously am a twat. Anyway, how about that live episode in Australia? Is it possible for you to start a GoFundMe? Happy to donate, although my brother does live in Australia, so you would have to be careful to avoid him. I don't think we'll be setting up a GoFundMe for anything. I would feel horrible setting up a GoFundMe.
Yeah, I would, unless it was for like a genuine good cause, like a charity.
Unless it was like a charity, yeah. Not for us to do a silly little podcast live in Australia.
Oh man, yeah. I'm not sure about. Also, that's a podcast. No one needs to pay for this.
Don't worry, you don't need to pay for this.
And in 5 years, when we have paywalls, don't clip this. I'm a different man then.
Don't clip this out when we launch our Patreon. Right?
Yeah.
It's good value.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway,
unless it's not.
Unless it's not. As for End of Time Part 2, snack-wise, it's a curly-whirly, long and drawn-out like Tennant's departure. That regeneration victory lap is awful and goes on far too long. Wow.
Okay.
Fighting words.
That's strong talk right there. Oh my gosh.
Good riddance, RTD. Time for something much better. And for next week's 11th hour, an 11-hour spectacular podcast. Jared, no, you're going the other way.
Stop
mate.
it. Yeah.
we're trying to make them short.
Please, everyone support us, please.
Have a great week, Jared. Thank you, Jared. I appreciate it. Love hearing from you, as always. This one is from... This might break the fucking Waters of Mars record at this rate. This is from Ty Rothermel, and the subject line is still got legs. So there we go.
Here we are.
Hey fellas, I enjoy that. The song has ended, but the story will go on. I really enjoyed this conclusion to the 10th Doctor's run. I find the grandiose threat of Dalton's Rassilon to be really compelling, and I wish we got to see him returning to the role at some point, but at least he got to make a spit-tastic one-off appearance. Very true. Very true. The standout moment for me is Wilf trying to get Ten to take his gun to stop the Master. Ten being so staunch against the idea, but when the flip switches and he hears the Time Lords are back, I get chills every time. Any scene between Bernard and David is a blessing, and glad we got as much as we did in this ep. The moment where he has to let Wilf out of the glass cage rips my heart into shreds. All in all, a solid wrap-up for the run in my eyes, but who knows how that'll change as my time as a fan goes on. You guys mentioned that Day of the Doctor and Heaven Sent are in contention for potential longer episodes, and I have one more to throw in. Unfortunately, this one would lead to back-to-back long boys because, yes, I think Heaven Sent deserves a long conversation. Hellbent does equally as much, if not more so. This is a bit controversial, but Hellbent is easily in my top 3 episodes of the series. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. Oh, Ty, you are speaking my language, brother. Fuck yes. Heaven Sent and Hellbent, a perfect pairing of episodes. Love them both so much.
Okay.
Oh, I'm so excited.
I have heard Hellbent. I've never seen it, I don't think. And I
a disservice you are doing to yourself there.
Well, look, I'll get there, all right? It'd be weird if I watched it right now, wouldn't it? I've heard that it sometimes sits in people's favourite or least favourite Doctor Who episodes, which I feel like is often means it's been really misunderstood by some people.
It's a beautiful episode. Ty is absolutely right.
Okay.
I'm very excited for us to get there. And that era, it comes in my favourite season with, spoiler alert, my favourite companion, and it's a beautiful episode all around.
Okay.
Take care, Ty. Thank you very much, Ty. Looking forward to it. Sammy J the subject line is, he did it. He said the thing. And I can see there is a gif of Matt Smith going legs. I've still got legs, so I'll assume that is the thing that was said.
It's the podcast thing. I like how everyone's been waiting for this just as much as we have.
I do. I tweeted it out. I actually missed most of the Matt Smith's regeneration, his first scene, because I was tweeting that out.
You can pause maybe for this 20 seconds.
I took a picture and then I was tweeting out, so then I just rewound and watched it again. Anyway, I wanted to start this email by thanking you both for the amazing pod with such a nice community. As a non-binary person living in a very Daily Mail section of the UK, it's so nice being able to have somewhere to discuss Doctor Who in a more progressive space. Quite the breath of fresh air. Well, thank you very much. It's very kind of you to say.
Yeah, that's nice.
As for the episode, I think one is a banger, full of quotable moments, and was quite the tearjerker at some points, especially when Wilf is in the little glass box. I think Ten's tiny little baby rage at dying is a testament to the emotion Tennant can portray in the character, and although some people don't like it, I think it's warranted because the Doctor has been in this phase for basically 5 minutes compared to the other Doctors. Also, a warm welcome to Matt Smith. Can't wait for you both to dive into his era, as he is the Doctor I have the most fond memories watching. More importantly, he's, quotation marks, still got legs, TM. When I tell you, I stood up and cheered. I love that.
There we go. Yeah.
Oh, I love that so much. My weirdo for this week is the Sontaran attacking our Queen Martha, brackets, and Mickey, I suppose, for spending way too long edging his laser blast and getting way too horny over it. Thanks for the laughs. Can't wait for more episodes soon. Sammy J. Oh, thank you so much, Sammy. I love that. Absolutely love that.
Firstly, incredible things about the community. That's lovely to hear. That's very wholesome, and we're glad that we've created that space, and hope that other people feel the same way. Yes. Doctor Who the fandom of Doctor Who can just be filled with utter fucking despicable pricks. Yeah,
some of the worst people I see on Twitter in this fandom.
Fandoms in general, there's a subsection of all of them that just suck ass. Yeah.
Not here.
No. And also, I never ever want to hear anyone describe a Sontaran as edging their blaster ever again.
I quite liked it. I think he did it for me, I have to say.
Yeah. Nathan's whacking off as we speak.
Lawrence, you get to that point where you're losing your filter. I can tell.
It's everyone's favourite part.
I just saw the subject line for this one, and it's all in capitals. Do not go to Australia.
Oh shit! Okay, is that a warning or a threat?
With like 4 exclamation points.
Oh my!
This is from Ramona Harrison. Dear Nathan and Lawrence, cancel the plane tickets, unbuck the venue, tell the hotel to suck it. I think some wires got crossed in the email I sent last week. When I mentioned Adelaide, I was referring to Adelaide Brooke, who pulled a Still Got Legs listener by dying because of the waters of Mars.
I see.
I guess you can still do a live show in Adelaide, but if it's all the same with you, I'll sit with that one out. If you want a recommendation for live show locations, then come to the land of bicycles and windmills, Netherlands, I guess, or online. I'd pay money for either. Well, there we go. We would. If we did do a live episode online, we almost certainly wouldn't charge for it.
No, God, no, yeah.
Not at all, no.
We do this for free.
Yeah, keep your money. We're not going to charge for this. Yeah.
The price of admission is you have to vote which suit is better, and we'll finally pick a winner.
Yeah, and you got to vote blue.
Yeah.
Top moments of the episode. You'll be kicked out if you don't vote blue. Timothy Dalton shouting, "I will not die." Wilf saying he'd be so proud to have the Doctor as a son. In fact, any scene with the Doctor and Wilf, brackets. And Valdecan, is it Vale or Val?
I've always thought it was Val.
Yeah, I have too. I'm going to say Val. Valdecan blasting while 10 is regenerating. I've always loved the look of the Time Lord Citadel, although the idea of crossing a bridge over a seamlessly bottomless pit to get to my office is a little unappealing. And 10's, now the door's open, also cracked me up. Yeah, it was a little bit fun. Quite a few weirdos of the week. Cactus Guy, who was going while shooting the mining.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, I did too. Here we go. Matt Smith for hocking a big old loogie over the TARDIS console after he says I'm crashing. Yeah. There we go. A guy on one of the balconies at the start of the 2005 scene who is clearly in a t-shirt despite it supposedly being cold enough to snow. Come on, mate. No one thinks you're hard for being cold.
Do you ever get that? Do you know people that are like that?
Oh, 100%. Yeah. Do you remember, like, it'd always be like a snow day, like at school. Well, not at school. You'd be off school, and then there'd always be like one kid who would come out in shorts or something, and thinking they're like impressive, and then be like, "Oh, look at me, I'm in shorts." And I'm like, all right,
everyone's like, "You got blue lips and hypothermia, you fuckwit."
Yeah. Exactly. Like, it's not even cold. Like, all right, why are you shivering?
Yeah. Looks it, mate. It's not cold for me because I've got a coat on, you fucking boy.
Idiots. Also, what are your thoughts on Time Lord Rock? Your podcast shares a name with a T-Rock album, and this is the episode where the Doctor says "still got legs." Is this a thing you are even familiar with, or are you cool? Ramona Harrison, worst rescue ever. I love that. I am familiar with with Time Lord, I'm not cool, unfortunately.
Well, unfortunately, by the rules of the email,
Yeah.
I am cooler than you, as I've not heard of this.
You've heard of Chameleon Circuit, haven't you?
I've heard of Chameleon Circuit. Is
Yeah,
is
so you
Time
have
Lord
heard
Rock
of-
the genre?
Yeah, the genre. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So you're not cool, then. I've got some bad news for you.
I guess not. Yeah, I feel pretty...
Yeah.
I'm upset right now.
Yeah. Yes, I have heard of Chameleon Circuit. I used to listen to that 10 years ago or something, quite a lot.
Exterminate, regenerate.
Exterminate, Regenerate, The Doctor is Dying, Still Not Ginger, all good stuff.
What's almost the podcast name?
Still Not Ginger?
Still
was
Not
it?
Ginger, yeah. That was one we tossed up. We even made a few mock-up logos with it.
Did we?
Yeah, man.
I don't remember that. I remember Who Watches Who, was it? Or
Who Watches Who, New to Who,
New to Who.
which was going to have a different concept.
Do you know that New to Who is actually a thing the BBC have now?
Oh, really? Oh, fuck.
Yeah, like with the 60th, it was the guy who does the podcast,
yes.
Tyrell, I think his name is. He hosts it, and it's like short videos on YouTube, like brief explainers, and this is who the Slovene are or whatever. And it's called New to Who, and I'm like, they stole that from us, those bastards.
I mean, I'm glad we didn't choose that, because if we did, the BBC would still have done their thing.
Yeah, they would,
and then we would have just been buried.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, we do share an album, a name with a Chameleon Circuit album, which was something subconsciously I knew, but didn't fully realize it until about 6 months into this podcast.
Yeah.
When I was like, oh shit, that's also called that. Please don't sue us.
The way I see it, we're all pulling quotes.
Yeah. It's a quote. Yeah.
It's a quote. No one owns a quote.
Yeah, but please don't sue us.
No, please.
If anyone is listening.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ramona. I guess we're not going to Australia then.
I guess not. We misunderstood
Yeah,
Adelaide.
We misunderstood. Adelaide doesn't love us as much as we thought.
No, I guess not.
That's a shame. This is from Christina. Subject line, here's to the next era. Hello, Nathan and Lawrence. Not going to lie, it feels a little surreal typing this, having spent the last several months listening to you two chat about my favourite show of all time, brackets and space, lol. So stupid, but so funny.
Nathan loves little jokes like that. You can always get him with something like that.
I do. I first started listening to you back in October, wanting to satisfy my hunger for Doctor Who content in anticipation for the 60th anniversary specials. I had a job interview the week I started listening, which I totally nailed and succeeded in getting. Congratulations.
Nice.
So I feel like this podcast is my good luck charm. Brackets, the new job allows me much more time to listen as well, so everybody wins. That's awesome. Well done.
It's also, you're absolutely true. If you stop listening, you'll lose the job. You'll be fired.
Don't say it. I'm like... I'm happy to have timed things just right so that I can finally catch up on the podcast at the end of RTD1 era with the arrival of my personal favourite Doctor, Matt Smith himself. I'm loving this. Everyone's loving Matt Smith.
I'm glad that no one's being dragged into the new era, kicking and screaming.
Yes, I'm not gonna lie. I was quite scared that we would just drop off the second we got.
It could happen.
Series, but it could happen. But that doesn't seem to be the case.
We've got a few silent listeners.
I could probably type for hours about all my personal headcanons and thoughts about this silly and wonderful show and its silly and wonderful podcast, but I'll probably save them for future emails. There's only so much queer, neurodivergent trans woman can say about the show before you need to dedicate an entire segment to her ramblings. Just know that I'll be seeing you around on Twitter, brackets, and on emails whenever I have the courage/energy to send them. You're always welcome here, Christina. Thank you. Thank you for keeping this gal entertained and can't wait to hear your thoughts on the Moffat era. Geronimo, Christina, Tina, Tomlin, brackets, she, her. Thank you for including your pronouns. There we go.
I forgot about Geronimo. We didn't mention Geronimo.
Oh, we didn't? No. Seems like a big miss now.
Nah.
Geronimo.
We both say it now, ready?
Yeah.
I liked it when he said Geronimo.
Yeah, me too.
There you go. You know what to do.
I'm not putting that back.
Look, by me saying you know what to do, what I meant was keep it there for funny.
Yeah, of course, yeah. We have another email from Ty Rovmill. Second email, unprecedented, Lawrence.
Oh, wow.
Hey, guys. Sorry, just a giant jump scare of a photo as soon as I open this email. Hi, guys. Sorry for the second email. I wouldn't blame you if you just ignored it. Since Life on Mars has come up recently on the pod, I decided to give it a go. Anyway, a few minutes into the first episode of Season 2, motherfucking Elton showed up from Love and Monsters with the goofiest hair. What a jump scare. I just said that. And then, they've included a photo of it. Let me screen share so you can see.
Please,
Lawrence.
I would like to be terrified by an absolute sex criminal.
Of course.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
He looks older.
He does look older, doesn't he? Yeah. I think he probably was, but yeah.
I mean, that would check out, right?
Look at the shirt as well.
Oh, that shirt is the shirt of a pavement fucker.
Oh, come on. You're definitely losing your film.
No, we know he does.
Oh, my God.
He admitted it.
Oh,
Get him, boys.
I don't think he's ever admitted
Take
it.
his slab.
Stop this. All right, that's it from me this week for real, Ty. Thank you very much, Ty. Thanks for getting back in touch. I appreciate seeing Elton's weird face. There we go. This is from Tanner Moore. A subject line is Cactus Faces. Dear the Boys, the Amazon Prime TV show. That was me, by the way. I just added that. The Greg Cactus Face being in the episode was... Oh, here you remember last week there was the Greg Cactus Face conundrum?
Oh, yes, I do.
With the reference to Greg Cactus Face, there seems to be a follow-up on that. The Greg Cactus Face being in this episode was a reference to the not one but two aliens that Wilf calls cacti. Because they are green and have needles like cactus do, and it's on their face. I presumed that Greg Cactus Face also is green and has needles in his face. I assumed that his Twitter handle was a reference to these guys from the episode. Glad that it was more confusing than I thought it was, though.
No, we should have picked up on that.
I think Greg has spoken before. And first of all, Greg's not even his name, but I think Greg has spoken before about he doesn't even know why he chose Greg Cactus Face. Like it just sounded funny. I think so. So I'm not sure if it is a reference, but yeah,
it works.
I think it's just it works either way. Yeah. But we should have picked up on that. Again, we are big dum dums. So thank you for letting us know, Tanner. Yes. We appreciate it. Appreciate you checking in, writing in here. This is from Reginald Carson II, which is fucking amazing. Well, it's Reginald Carson and then like the two things, and they're like a Roman numerals too. But that's Reginald Carson II, right? That's what you. Yeah,
you don't write
that's
the second
name. That's a great name. Fucking hell, I'd love the second.
You just love three. You'd love three names.
It's true, I would. Yes.
Nathan's happy with it, James.
It's true, I am. Sorry, Jared. Anyway, hello, Nathan and Lawrence. Long time, first time, love the show. Came over from another happy pod. Oh, thank you very much. And I'll take any excuse to rewatch Doctor Who. Sorry to hear you guys weren't the biggest fans of End of Time. Look, I think it redeemed itself in the end.
It did.
Overall.
Yeah. It all came out in the wash.
Well, I mean, it's not a banger, but yeah. I think it's the perfect amount of camp, which is why I'm such a fan of Doctor Who. The way John Sim chews up the scenery makes this such a fun episode to watch. The episodes are a bit silly with having to deal with the Master's shenanigans, and the approach of Gallifrey probably would have served the story better to fix on one or the other, since both get resolved pretty quickly. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. The Doctor just can't get over this idea of little people, though. From his perspective, everyone he encounters must be something akin to ghosts. Doesn't know how their stories end, but he knows history makes little note of their coming and going. Must be easy to get a big ego when you can tell people to look up the Doctor and they run in fear. Seems fitting that his last words would be, I don't want to go. As far as send-offs, it was nice to see Ten get to go on a farewell tour and have a nice bow put on his exit. Looking forward to my favourite Doctor's run. There's another one.
There we go.
Keep up the great work. Reggie. There you are.
I like it. I like some. That's kind of what I was saying. I like to see a bit of a humble Ten, him being brought down a peg.
Yeah. Well, shut up, Lawrence.
Insightful as ever, eh?
I'm so tired. I'm sorry. It's 2 in the morning. Okay, it's 2 in the morning. All right. This is from our good friend David with the Talking Pictures podcast.
And Brian.
I fucking knew it, that's why I paused. Good evening, Nathan and Lawrence. Stop it. Good evening, Nathan and Lawrence. Just like when rewatching Revenge of the Sith and thinking maybe it will be different this time, maybe somehow it'll be a happy ending, we have arrived at the inevitable regeneration of the 10th Doctor. I will fully admit that the nostalgia glasses are fully on and they will never be taken off when it comes to this episode. Yeah. At least you're honest, David.
Yeah.
That's
all you can be.
Yeah, the Doctor's held at the mercy of the Master and still tries to see the good in him and offers to take him to see the universe is just perfect. The relief on his face when Gallifrey is sent back and he's still alive, only to be cut down by the 4 knocks, breaks my heart every single time. The farewell tour is a bit excessive, seeing it was essentially done in Journey's End, but I still love seeing the characters one final time, especially the Donna happily married and Wilf salute. Our Queen Martha is also back for a final farewell and is treated just as badly here as she was in Series 3.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is the case.
It seems everyone prefers the pessimistic read.
It unfortunately does. Yeah. The Doctor actually doesn't say goodbye to her, but instead looks from a distance. He takes the time to queue up and get a book signed by the granddaughter of a woman his alter ego loved, but wouldn't at least speak to Martha in any capacity. She's also stuck with Mickey, feels like a lame endings, and just made up to save time by lumping them together on his final farewell tour. Hopefully Martha comes back at a later point and can finally get some justice. I would love nothing more.
Oh, if Martha returned, that would be phenomenal stuff. Yeah, I'd love that.
It would be Jova for me if that happened. The episode holds a very special place in my heart. My uncle was a lifelong Doctor Who fan and he passed away in December 2009, so never got to see these final episodes with David Tennant. It's unfortunate. Very sorry to hear that. He would always talk about the show and his Dr. Tom Baker, or show as an episode if he was over on Saturday night after he passed. I started watching Doctor Who from Series 1, and it felt like I had a piece of him still with me. I caught up to these episodes with the intent of watching Series 5 as it aired, and it wasn't until I reached this episode that I realised that I was about to watch an episode of Doctor Who my uncle would never see, and that would be the case from this point going forward. I had also become incredibly attached to David Tennant as the Doctor and couldn't see anyone else in the role. With all this taken into account, the loss of my uncle paired with the Doctor's final fighting and the swelling music intends I Don't Want to Go, suffice to say I was a blubbering mess and actually had to go back to rewatch the credits. Actually had to go back and rewatch after the credits had rolled, and I didn't see anything of 11 first time around. And to this day, I cannot watch this regeneration without shedding a tear. I attribute my love to Doctor Who with my uncle and make sure I watch every episode because he can't. Oh my God, I was genuinely getting emotional.
That's actually making me cry.
I know. Oh my God. That is so sweet.
Thank you for writing that in. That's genuinely such a beautiful story.
Thank you for sharing that, David. Yeah. That is genuinely beautiful. Wow, I'm genuinely getting a little bit emotional right now. Oh my God. My question to you this week is, are there any episodes of Doctor Who that you have emotional reactions to because you associate them with a certain time in your life? Or if not Doctor Who, any other TV shows or films? I have an answer for this.
I mean, I've said this from the get-go of the podcast. I'm very nostalgic. I think the early RTD run and that was kind of the first time I really associated like any interest in storytelling and any interest in like film and TV as a medium. Like I think they do hold a like you say. I nostalgia goggles go on, and I'm unashamed of loving that era. How much I do. It taught me to appreciate like performances, direction, and music especially. I think plays a massive part. So I was that, I guess. Other than that, outside of Doctor Who, The Incredibles or Toy Story.
Yeah. So I was going to be mean, but I'm not going
to. Read the room!
Yes. For me, for Doctor Who, Vincent and the Doctor.
Yeah.
Oh my God. The connection I have with that episode. Fucking hell. That is probably going to be an emotional one, but oh boy, we will see when we get there. That's just something. At the time, I was like, I was getting older and I was starting to realize more stuff about myself, and that episode, just like what it deals with and what it speaks about, I was just like, oh my fucking god, this makes so much sense.
Yeah.
And it was just one of those like light bulb moments sort of things. But yeah. Thanks for indulging me with the rant, and I look forward to the future as we move on to 11, who squashed my fears that no one else could be the Doctor after 10. Very happy to hear that.
If that's a rant, how beautiful is your sincere comments?
That is the most beautiful rant I've ever heard.
Yeah, I know. And then there's us two
until
morons.
next week. Yes. Until next week, all the best, David. Talking Pictures podcast, #Justice for Moffat. Thank you very much, David. Always appreciate hearing from you.
And Brian.
Genuinely beautiful. And Brian.
A tearful Furiosa today.
A tearful Furiosa. What's this? This one's got a big screenshot in it. This is from Tom Hardwell. Good evening, fellas. Imagine this with lovely emotional music. Lawrence, sing a song. As we turn the final page... Right, stop, that's so distracting. As we turn the final page of this era, so thought we should take a look back on some of the heroes that have emerged over the past few years, 2005 to 2010. Ursula, after exchanges with Elton got heated, he proceeded to split her in two and bury her in his garden.
Oh my god.
Wow, that's pretty brutal. Elton committed suicide after murdering the only woman who could ever love such a horrible pavement nonce. Wow.
I've had an impact here. And I'm not sure if it's net positive.
I don't think it is, Lauren. Kel, after climbing the ranks of London Council, became mayor in 2011.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, lost his position after controversies about an affair between him and a young lady named Ursula. Oh, no.
Oh, mate, what? Hang on.
But Ursula's in the garden. Oh. Larry Nightingale.
He dug her up with his council axe.
Lawrence, we're moving on. Larry Nightingale went on to have a wonderful life with Sally Sparrow, and unlike Billy, had a constant life with Hare. Fully aware this is technically a Moffat episode. Who's Billy? Oh, Billy's the guy who, in the hospital. Also, I love this entry for Larry's mum on the TARDIS fandom. Let's have a look here. Okay. So it's Larry's like page on the TARDIS fandom.wiki. And it says like affiliated with, place of origin, and then it says mother, and it just says Larry Nightingale's mother. So there we go. That's all she gets.
An epic character.
Indeed. These are just some of her special characters we got to meet. Last week it was shit. This week, less shit. Yeah, I mean, that about sums it up.
Yeah.
Keep the amazing work. Love, Tom. Love heart emoji. Thank you very much, Tom.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate
indeed.
it very much. You got quite a lot of Toms listening in.
I know. Everyone stop being called Tom.
No, don't do that. Your middle name is Tom.
What, Thomas?
Yeah, but,
Full title, please, Nathan. For those that have 3 names, they should be respected.
This last one is from Garen Howells. Subject, I almost forgot to send this. Hi there, Nathan and Lawrence. So here we are, the end of an era. I've always been of the opinion that part 1 of The End of Time is absolutely dreadful, but the story is salvaged by this week's sensational part 2. Or at least this wasn't my opinion until the most rewatch of the Tennant run I did before the 60th specials. I now see the truth clear as day. Both parts of The End of Time are shit. Whilst this is undoubtedly the stronger of the 2 halves, what a disappointing way to see the Doctor, my Doctor, go out. Not with a bang, but with a whimper. That's how I started. That's how I started. Oh my god! Wow.
Well done.
Everyone's acting their socks off, and I do want to give them their flowers because they're elevating the material tenfold. P.S. From here on out, I will be joining you both on rewatching the show week-to-week basis, as I've not seen the Matt Smith run in full since lockdown. That's a lot longer than I last saw it. I mean, that's a lot closer than I last saw it.
Yeah, I feel like 4 years is not that.
Yeah,
Like-
it's been quite a while for me, I must say. But hey, there we go. P.S. Since we won't be getting much in the way of David Tennant's suit talk for a while, what do you think of his outfits at the BAFTAs? Fwah! Hey, it looks good. It looks great in that kilt.
Yeah, great kilt.
He always has a lovely jacket on. He's a very handsome and well dressed
I like his,
man.
and I like that he does his hair especially. David Tennant has
Yes.
incredible hair, and to slick it down shows a great commitment to showing off the outfit.
He's a beautiful man. PPPS, do you think the Doctor visited Malcolm on his farewell tour? Not only did he visit him, I reckon they went out for a lovely meal together.
They had a beer.
Yeah.
They,
Absolutely.
They shot the shit. They laughed about Captain Magumbo pointing a gun.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
And the Doctor was like, I'll get her fired and I'll also demilitarize unit.
Yeah. And he put Malcolm in charge.
Yeah, exactly.
There we go. And that's it. That is Still Got Legs. Still Got Thoughts for this week. Thank you, everyone, again. Thank you, everyone, so much for writing in, sharing your thoughts. Genuinely appreciate it so much. Please continue to do so. Don't think that just because we're going to do a more restricted bag version that you can't write in. We absolutely love hearing from you. So please still write in, and either way, you will get a response from us, from both of us.
If reading out every single thing has taught you anything, it's that we read every single one of them, right? And we love every single one of them.
Genuinely,
it's just that we've been here an hour and a bit.
Yeah, and look, this episode currently coming up to 4.5 hours on my timer, probably about 4:15 in the edit. As long as the Waters of Mars one, which wasn't intentional, but here we are.
Yeah, look, it's not sustainable. I think everyone knows that. But we thank you for everything that you guys have ever wrote in. That is the end of Still Got Thoughts as we know it. Looking forward to a few new changes next episode. But yeah, keep on writing in.
Yeah. Also, if you have made it to the end here, just as a treat, I guess. We mentioned when we read out the details of Pierce sponsoring this episode, very kindly sponsoring again. Thank you, Pierce. He did some work for us. I don't know what. He did some work for us, which we're just going to be using on our YouTube channel. We're aiming to relaunch our YouTube channel next week. It's been kind of just dead for about like a couple of years at this point. Yeah. So episodes of both podcasts that we do will go up there, as well as some YouTube exclusive videos, which we'll talk more about next week. But there'll be some Still Got Legs little exclusive tidbits over there, and that's Another Happy Studios. If you want to check that out,
please do. It'll be linked in the description. Are we linking it right now?
I'm going to wait to link it until next week because I'm still uploading the back catalogue this week.
Fair enough, yeah. Don't abuse people's recommended.
Yeah, I don't want to clog up everyone's feed with that, so hold off until we officially launch before you subscribe.
Fair enough.
So yeah, little bit there.
There'll be a tweet. You'll see it.
There'll be a tweet. We'll mention it next week as well. So there we go.
And with that being said, to ensure that this comes in shorter than
you got the rest. I'm off to bed.
Okay, fair enough.
No, I'm joking.
Thank you very, very much for everyone for listening. If you have enjoyed the show, then you can leave it a little review. We would really appreciate 5 stars on your podcast platform of choice. If you do that through Apple, that would be ideal because you can write a little message, let us know what you think of the show. Also on Spotify, they're doing this thing where they ask you, how did you find this episode or something? We still have no idea where those go. We probably will never find out.
Never.
So you can do that, but we probably won't see it. Either way, help us a little 5-star on whichever one that you frequent, and that would be very nice. You can also follow us on Twitter over at Still Got Legs Pod. That would be very, very cool. It's also where you'll be able to see post reminders about our new episodes that go up every single Monday at 10 a.m. It's also where Nathan very kindly tweets out what episode we are discussing and when, so that you guys can have your say in the Still Got Thoughts. I know we spoke about changing it this week, but we still very much want to hear what you have to say. You can send those thoughts over in the replies on the tweets, as mentioned at Still Got Legs Pod, or you can email them at stillgotlegspodcast@gmail.com. Nathan, we have another podcast, don't we?
We do, Lawrence. It's called Another Happy Pod. It's our pop culture podcast. It's all about movies and TV shows and video games and everything else in the realm of pop culture. So it's a good fun time. Each week we'll discuss something new apart from later this year when we do 13 weeks of one particular franchise. But we won't say what, only that it will be quite exciting.
Oh, God. We are excited X-Men, aren't we, Nate?
Lawrence! Stop it.
Thank you very much for listening, everyone. We will see you next week. Stay groovy, stay cool, stay bussin'. Goodbye.
We love you. Goodbye.